Yes. Trillet was shaking. Do you fear Kenobi? Trillet nodded. Do not. Our ally, the great Asajj Ventress, will destroy him. You must supply her with whatever she asks, whenever she asks, without question. Kenobi may still trust you, and come to you for help. If he does, you must act without hesitation. The moment will come, and when it does, you may emerge into the sun. We must act, Ventress said, turning to them. What have you in mind? Lady Porten asked. Ventress stalked the chamber almost as if she were oblivious to the others. I have in mind a test for your JK droids. The members of the 5 families glanced at each other nervously. They are not lethal until their Gabbana crystals are replaced, ma'am. No matter. Captives can be profitably questioned. But one other thing is necessary. Months ago Count Dooku designed and ordered special infiltration droids. According to your reports, these droids are complete and ready for testing. Yes, that is correct, one of the technicians agreed. Then they, and the JKs together, will follow my commands, Ventress said, and she smiled. And that smile was so unfeeling that it made a Snarl look warm and welcoming in comparison. 52. They were not alive, but they crawled through the darkness. They had no minds, but dreamed of death. They had no bodily needs, yet were ravenously hungry. At the moment, the 4 droids in the lead were little more than clear sacks of jelly. Dull lights embedded in their semi-solid bodies revealed clumps of metallic shapes suspended within. Those in the rear were more solid, golden, hourglass-shaped droids. Their small, pointed legs crawled easily along the path blazed by their larger brothers. JKs. The 4 infiltration droids used their indeterminate shape to squeeze through the smallest passageways, finding purchase wherever they could, then taking whatever shape best served their needs. Laser nodes along their surfaces scalded the rock, melting it and grinding it to widen the passageway. For kilometers they traveled like this, becoming more solid when they needed to push an obstruction aside, more fluid when they needed to explore, making the way for the JKs. The lethal procession whispered beneath the ground, below every sensor, beneath any potential observer. And they traveled in near silence. When they met an obstacle, they burrowed or burned through it. 1 meter at a time, they simply approached their prey. Without fatigue or trepidation, without mercy or living intent, they moved forward, motivated by nothing save a programmed appetite. One that would shortly be satisfied. 53. For hundreds of years, the Dashta Mountains' deep shadows had provided protection for smugglers, runaways, thieves, political malcontents, and young sweethearts. No one knew all the paths that led into the chambers, and likely enough no one ever would. Therefore, it was the depths of the caves themselves that were selected as the best place for a celebration. After all, the initial strategy may have gone awry, but their secondary plans had gone swimmingly. If the Jedi regretted the loss of life, the rejuvenated forces of Desert Wind felt that they had finally struck a telling blow against the 5 families. After 6 of those raids, Surti's communication skills combined with Dulb Snoil's phenomenal mind for research, tapping into Chikotlik's Holovid network to extract a vital and telling piece of data, droid production had dropped by more than 30%. If they could but maintain the current pace of action, the 5 families and the government would be forced to the bargaining table, where all desires could be met. And while Obi-Wan wasn't nearly so certain that their current course would indeed take them to the desired land of plenty, there had been much violent action, many hairbreadth escapes, and 3 lost comrades to honor. Tensions were building to a killing point, and a bit of celebration would do them good. So the revel had been building for hours, guards posted at the cave mouth. While alert status remained high, Desert Wind's heightened appetites were simultaneously slaked with food, drink, games, bragging and boasting, and dancing. Resta shrugged high spent most of her time by herself, sipping mead, a drink that had similar effects on human ingestion. Since the very first days of training she had been an outsider, the lone ex-Sting among human recruits. The barrier had gone both ways. After a lifetime of fighting for her land and identity, there was little love lost for the offworlders. Even as the troops began to enjoy victories, and the normal camaraderie bound them all together more tightly, she had remained somewhat apart. But she finally stepped forward, swaying slightly as if her tongue had been loosened by the mead. "I sing song," she said. Dolb Snoil happily clapped his chubby hands together, cheering her on. "Ex-Sting songs like Thak Val Zing's history lessons," she explained. "Every clan have own song. Tell people story. When song die, people die. Resta last to know her clan song. And she sang it. Obi-Wan didn't speak the language, but he didn't need to. He understood the emotions behind the alien words. And if emotion held true, the song spoke of courage and toil, of love and hope and dreams. What struck Obi-Wan most was her evident pride and courage. If Resta and Gmaiduras were typical of their people, the ex-Sting were incredibly strong folk. Despite the plagues, despite their lands being stolen from under them, despite no external evidence at all, they dreamed on. When she finished, the rock walls rang with applause. Jangad made his rounds of the outer caves, taking a few moments to speak to each of his brothers, all of whom declined intoxicants. Then he checked in with the recruits who were taking guard positions among the rocks or monitoring the scanners. No matter how well hidden they believed themselves to be, it was inevitable that eventually their lair would be discovered. Still, considering that the mountains themselves could shield them from enemy bombardment, it would take hours for enemy troops to ascend the slopes under fire, and all rear exits were either well guarded or sealed off. In the world of field operations, this was about as secure as life could get. Making his third rounds, a sense of ease descended over Jangad. General Kenobi's initial plot had failed, but this new operation seemed to be working fine, breaking energy lines, crippling water plants, and looting payrolls for their growing war chest. The local troops had performed well under pressure. Unknown enemies had doomed their initial ruse. Jangad now considered the entire world of diplomatic subterfuge unfit for a soldier, or, he now believed, those strange and fascinating creatures called Jedi. Odd. He thought of the Jedi not merely with respect, but with the sort of fraternalism ordinarily reserved for members of the GR. In the unchanging order of things they were high above him, but were fighters, leaders extraordinaire. The most recent adventure proved that perfection eluded them, as it did all beings. Even diving into the scalding water had been only a temporary, if intense, pain. A liberal application of synth flesh from their first aid kits had covered wounds and reduced redness and swelling in a few hours. Most important, they had won. Jangad found himself entering a state of contentment rarely experienced by one of his station. He was fulfilling his primary function, enjoying an opportunity to learn from two superlative teachers. There were other, interesting factors as well. He cast about, hoping to find Shikatul, but did not. Doubtless she was ferrying in another load of supplies. The thought gave him a warm feeling. In the last moments before he lost his honor, old Thak Val Zing was thankful and content. For years he had struggled to bring advantage to his people, and those hard times had taken their toll even before the last few disastrous years, when betrayals and murderously ruthless security reprisals had reduced Desert Wind to a shadow of its former strength. But despite his early reservations, it looked as if the Jedi were actually the answer to his prayers. Perhaps his grandchildren would not have to eat the dust for as many long, painful years as had Val Zing before them. He had watched the revelry, noted with sober approval that the two Jedi maintained a slight and leaderly aloofness from the proceedings, polite but not intrusive. These Jedi were responsible and respectful. Strange, all of them. The human, the clones, the Nautolan, and that Vipit was the strangest. All fluttery fear when the retrieval team found his capsule, but as soon as they'd brought the mollusk into camp, he'd instantly found work coordinating intelligence. Sharp as a laser scalpel, that one. In the final analysis, Thak Val Zing had lost leadership of Desert Wind, but was winning the war. Not a bad trade. Not a bad final chapter in the long, strange life of a murderer's great-grandson, a history teacher turned miner and anarchist leader. So Thak Val Zing found himself a fine bottle of Chandrelin brandy and wandered back to one of the rear caves to enjoy it, a taste of a homeworld he might never see again. There were only two things that Thak Val Zing enjoyed: fighting and drinking. The bottle was 3/4 empty when he momentarily blacked out, leaning back against the cave wall to watch the stalactites spin. And spin they did, in a happy blur that made him cry out in pleasure as he finished the bottle. He was down to the dregs, sliding down a warm, dark tunnel toward blissful slumber, when he heard a cracking sound. Another. Then the ground beneath him began to heave. He looked at it curiously, finding it amusing. Distantly, the tinkle and burr of dance music echoed through the caves. Although he could not hear the happy voices, Val Zing knew that they were there. He could feel it, after an uncertain start, with the Jedi attempting to pull off some kind of elaborate con operation. The plan was back on track, with the program of harassment and sabotage that Desert Wind had begun so long ago. And now it would succeed. He was basking in that thought when the cracking sound came again. Thak Val Zing rolled over onto his hard round belly so that the cave was right side up again, and blinked his bleary eyes. A rock rolled to the side, revealing a fissure in the ground. Perhaps it was one of the myriad micro-tunnels running through every bit of these mountains. Most were too small for a human, so there was no need to be concerned about the safety. What was this, then? Some kind of volcanic activity? Perhaps a burrowing male Trillet. And then the first shadowed, amorphous shape emerged. The 4 plastidroids and their JK companions had traveled 100 kilometers at an average rate of just under 10 kilometers per hour. It had taken them half a day to reach their target. Tirelessly they crawled through the dusty tunnels, edging toward their prey. The droids did not always travel in a straight line. When tunnels branched, some of them took alternate paths, either burrowing or climbing back to maintain a rough sense of direction. When they reached an obstacle that they could not easily push or burrow through, they backed up and went around. When the sensors at their surface detected the sounds of music, they began to converge, all of the fractally mapped alternative pathways cancelled. Machines could not sigh with relief, but one prone to fancy might have attributed a certain eagerness to the manner in which they seemed to accelerate as they emerged from the cave floor. The plastoid infiltration droid pushed its way through, melting and crushing rock as it went. Then a second, third, and fourth followed it. After them appeared the JKs, until all hunched quivering in that empty cave, empty save for a single intoxicated human who watched dazedly, assuming that the drink that dulled his pain had also clouded his sight with hallucinations. The 4 plastidroids looked like gigantic protozoans, studded with shadowy mechanical puzzle pieces in place of nuclei or organelles. Once reaching the desired destination, magnetically encoded pieces suspended within each bag wormed their way toward each other and began snapping together. Slowly, as the lengths of metal and plastin found each other, the newly formed limbs created nightmarish silhouettes beneath the translucent skins, stretching them. The JKs seemed to watch as the 4 bags of plastin and metal heaved and quivered. In turn, each was distorted by the assembling metallic pieces within it, until there stood not 4 amorphous shapes but 4 fully formed infiltrator droids, treaded monstrosities as tall as 3 humans with heavy armored bodies and long, flexible necks. Thak Val Zing watched, not understanding what he was seeing, laughing at the hallucination's oddness. Intoxication had caused stranger visions in the past, but not many. It was all terribly amusing. He continued to chuckle until the first infiltrator machine was almost completely formed. Its outline, suddenly and horribly familiar, began to resemble that of a killer droid that had shattered a mining union strike 5 years earlier. That outline burned its way through the chemical fog, the realization that death had just, impossibly, oozed up from the very ground below him. He stood and staggered back against the wall. Then a moment came when he realized that he was wrong, that what he saw was no hallucination at all, but something real and appalling. There are defining moments in a being's life, moments when actions are taken, or not taken. Once done, certain things cannot be undone. Thak Valzing was drunk, so perhaps he could be excused. He was also old, and the veteran of more desert wind raids than he could count. Perhaps life gave every person a specific allotment of nerve, and when that allotment was expended, there was simply no more. Until the end of his days, Thak Valzing struggled to explain, to himself if not others, why he did nothing except crawl back beneath a shelf of rock. And there he trembled, sobbing his fear and misery. And did not raise the alarm that would have turned the murder machine's attention to him. It is a choice no one should have to make, to save life, at the cost of the soul. As the JKs waited patiently, lubricant drained from the plastin skins still tightly stretched over the now fully assembled bodies of the infiltrators. One at a time, the skins stretched around the metal frames, then ruptured, like birth membranes rupturing around metal infants. The JKs sniffed the air like living things, as if hungry to fulfill their function. And in their mechanical way, perhaps they were. 54. Kit Fisto leaned back against the uneven rock wall, his tentacles twitching in sympathetic rhythm with the music. Although his face did not change, he was amused to find himself responding to these primitive melodies. Like most Jedi, Kit had been raised not on his homeworld, but in the halls of the temple. However, to amuse himself, he had made a study of Glee Anselm's customs, becoming especially fond of its music. On Glee Anselm, no one would be gauche enough to play songs with less than 3 different rhythms, and far more complex melodies than this. Still, there was something attractive about it, and he finally raised a hand and said, "Hold! I would join you." The musicians paused, surprised that the normally taciturn Nautolan had spoken, let alone that he wished to participate. Nervously, they offered the various instruments at their disposal. Kit scanned them before choosing one that combined string and wind. "This will suffice." He noted that Obi-Wan and Dulb's Snor were watching and decided to make a special effort. Obi-Wan had proven himself one of the ablest warriors of Kit Fisto's experience. And while some might have considered it an unworthy urge, he wished to impress his companion with his native music. So, taking the instrument in hand, he began to blow and strum simultaneously, each action reinforcing the other. It took him a few moments to find his way, and despite his extreme dexterity there were notes that he could not hit, chords that he could not play. It mattered not. As had his forebears, Kit had mastered the art of performing music underwater, and although he was comfortable in the air, sound took on a different character when transmitted through the thinner medium. Adjustments had to be made, and his nimble mind and fingers made them within moments. As his tones grew smoother and more pleasuring, the other musicians began to accompany him on string and wind instruments. Then voices crooned in wordless song, in a fashion that almost made him homesick. Despite the aridity of their world, these sessions were a good lot. Then came the ultimate compliment. Some of the more daring attendees rose and actually began to dance. At first they had difficulty finding the beat and rhythm. With Nautolan music it was more important to listen to the pauses between notes than to the notes themselves, which were sustained in irregular bits. They seemed to find their groove, and were beginning to really enjoy themselves. Snoil's long, fleshy neck traced the beat in the air, his eye stalks keeping counterpoint. Then Kit stiffened, his dark eyes narrowing before his conscious mind comprehended the threat. The rough cavern floor trembled, as if sections of the mountain had wrenched their way free and now crawled toward them in the darkness. A bearded miner from the clan's region sprinted out of the back caves. "We're invaded!" came a scream. Then a light flashed, and the miner hit the ground like a bag of smoking rags, no longer screaming at all. "What in space is that?" Scott on Sun yelled, shoulder-length blonde hair flagging. "This shouldn't be possible," Fisto said, surprise momentarily fixing him in his tracks. Something appeared in the passageway leading to the back caves. Its neck was serpentine but mechanical, supporting a head that was both weapon and sensory probe. The body it was attached to was as tall as two humans at the shoulder, but composed of more individual pieces than he would have thought possible for something of its size, almost as if it were constructed from baubles found in a child's toy chest. It rolled on treads. A thin sheaf of plastin was stretched about the frame, and his mind searched frantically, some part of him sure he already knew what this thing was. Whirring around its feet were 1, 2, 3, 4 of the golden JK droids. "Run!" Scott cried. That single word accomplished what the appearance of horror had not, spurred them into action. Revelers fled toward the exit. The general chaos spoiled the sight lines for targeting, made the soldiers of Desert Wind fear to fire for risk of hitting their own people. The infiltration droid's blaster fired again, catching 2 more Desert Wind fighters. When the soldiers tried to help their friends, the smaller JKs swooped in. They could not be stopped, reasoned with, blasted, or evaded. Shock tentacles, electrified netting, stun darts, and blaster bolts erupted with dizzying variety. It was impossible to predict their moves, or escape them. The JKs restrained and cocooned one miner after another, moving on to their next victim with mechanical dispassion. "What are they?" Scott screamed, fleeing toward the entrance. "It's not possible!" Kit raised his lightsaber, triggering its emerald blade. His every nerve tingled. Obi-Wan had been right. From the very beginning, this entire operation had been a disaster. "Not possible?" No one told them. Surdy yelled tightly. The battlefield sarcasm disappeared almost as swiftly as it had blossomed. "What do we do, sir?" Kit looked around quickly, trying to spy Obi-Wan. If the other Jedi was in a good position, it was possible. No more time for thought. One of the droids had trapped a family of 4 at the edge of the pit. Its blaster tendril pivoted to face them. "Cover me!" Kit called and dashed out. He felt the tingle before the beam struck, and skittered aside. He weaved wildly, fiercely, form eye, style improvisation applied to pure evasion. He dodged and dashed, covering ground toward the crouching family with blistering speed. Sizzling bolts missed him by bare centimeters. Where they struck, rock shattered and smoked. He felt a brief, intense electric jolt as a bolt grazed his hip, splashing against the ground. The Nautolan had begun to dodge even before the beam arced in his direction. Kit thanked his Jedi skills, and knew that his only hope was to stay out of range. These were personal security droids. Apparently the tactical chips hadn't been swapped. That would limit their effectiveness as instruments of aggression, but still. Now he was close to the infiltration droid, and his lightsaber seared the air, slicing through the treads with a flash. The intruder droid staggered and toppled toward the others. Another droid was nicked but managed to stay erect as it pivoted to target Kit. Finally, he located Obi-Wan. The Jedi had clung to the shadows, and approached the droids from the rear, grim and determined, 2 clones at his back. Their sidearms were inadequate to stop the invading machines, but proved excellent distraction. Obi-Wan was able to approach from another angle. His lightsaber flashed, slicing treads. As one of the droids fell to the ground, Obi-Wan closed the gap and slit its mechanical underbelly. Gears and plastin coils bulged out. Oily smoke flooded the cave. Miners, troopers, and Jedi were engulfed in vile thin vapor. While not actually poisonous, the caves soon echoed with hacking and retching sounds. Through it all, the JKs captured one miner after another. Nothing stopped them. Nothing slowed them. They seemed to aim where a person would be in a moment, rather than where he or she was now. The infiltration droids had weaknesses, but the JKs seemed to have none at all. Obi-Wan's senses tingled and he whirled barely in time to see one of the infiltration droids fixing him in its sights. There was no place, no time to move, only time to raise his lightsaber, awaiting the deadly flash. With an eye-numbing blast, the droid was struck from the other side. It staggered, long enough for Obi-Wan to close the gap and sever its treads. The mechanical monster reared back and then fell sideways, crushing segments of stalactite as it did. He looked over at the spot where the saving blasts had been launched, and saw Dolb's Snor waving back, stubby arms bracing one of the portable cannons against his shell. Despite their desperate straits, Obi-Wan could not repress a smile. After all this time, Snor had repaid his debt to the Jedi several times over, even if it meant disobeying orders. Then a cracking sound drew his attention to the ceiling. One of the stalactites had been weakened when the droid reared up. It separated from the ceiling and began to fall. "Snor!" Obi-Wan cried out, but it was already too late. The barrister looked up just as the rock spear hit his shell, lancing through the outer toughness into the vulnerable flesh beneath. Within seconds, Obi-Wan was at his side. As he cradled Snor's heavy, fleshy head in his arms, the Vipit's rapidly declining body temperature confirmed Obi-Wan's worst fears. His friend was dying. Snor's eye stalks weaved up toward him. "I did it, didn't I?" "Yes, you did." Obi-Wan had never noticed the little flecks of color along Snor's neck. They were bright green and blue against the browning flesh, and they were growing dull even as he watched. "If there is any combat bonus, make certain that my broodmates receive full measure, and—" His stock-tip eyes grew dim and glazed. "And see that it isn't taxed." "The agreement we signed with the Republic, which my grandfather negotiated," he said proudly. He coughed a green bubble, and even before it burst he went still. Obi-Wan laid Snor's head gently on the ground. "A great barrister from a great line," he said. Then he returned to the fight. Jangad found himself trapped between a press of miners and an onrushing JK. Escape through the front cave seemed to be unimpeded, although instinct told him that enemy troops would be stationed in line of sight of the cave mouth, ready to pick off fleeing anarchists. How had this disaster happened? General Kenobi had been correct. There was more here than met the eye. Still, it was his duty to follow orders, and his inclination to protect unarmed and innocent civilians. From a hiding point behind a massive stalagmite he fired at the droids again and again with his blaster rifle. The blue laser bolts sang off the outer casing, doing no damage. Resta and another Desert Wind fighter fired at it. The JK went at them, ensnaring the man in stun cable as Resta sprang to the side with surprising agility. Was that the only way to escape one of these demonic things? Sacrifice a friend? A terrible crash shook the cave as another of the infiltration droids fell, and he took heart. The cave entrance rocked with another flash, followed by more screams. Bodies and wreckage flew back into the cavern, and smoke rolled. Screams and moans filtered out from beneath the rubble. There. The trap had closed, and the pressure was crushing. "Side caves!" someone yelled. The miners, farmers, and soldiers of Desert Wind scrambled back and away from the main action. Jangad stood with his back against the wall as the miners fled into the side cavern. This entire mountain was honeycombed with such tunnels. There was no way an enemy could cover all of them. Many of his compatriots could escape to fight again another day, he hoped. Another droid toppled and fell. Was that the third infiltration droid down? How many remained? If the blasts from outside stopped, they might have a chance. But they didn't, and that meant they were dead in the water. The sight of green fluid bubbling from Dulb Snoil's crushed shell triggered a deep, hot wave of regret. The barrister had been a true asset. In his own way, the Vipet had even displayed courage. He glimpsed the Jedi, magnificent and fearless in battle, leading others by word and example. Glimpses were all he could catch. They moved so swiftly from one hiding place or ambush spot to another, darting out to slash at a leg or protect an innocent farmer. His spirits soared. Perhaps. Then to his dismay Jangad spotted Shikatul. When had she entered the cave? Why hadn't he seen her? He knew that he should leave the main cave with the others, but Shika was cut off. She cowered behind a boulder, perhaps uncertain where to go. Shika! He called to her. In the tumult his voice could not be heard. Only one thing to do, he dashed out and grabbed her, pulling them both behind a boulder as the last infiltration droid blasted in his direction. He heard himself scream, watched the world turn white, and then all sight and sound and sensation died away to darkness. 55. Shikatul had argued with herself about coming to the celebration, not entirely comfortable with the deepening of her relationship with the clone trooper she now called Jangad. It was all too possible that if she went to the camp, their relationship would grow more entangling still. But despite her misgivings she had gone, and now she was both horrified and glad of her decision. The unexpected droid intrusion had overwhelmed her. She still shook almost uncontrollably. The droids were creatures of nightmare, and she felt her mind trying to shut down on her, attempting to surrender consciousness to save her the horror of painful death. Her feet froze to the ground as the giant droid locked its sights upon her. Her wind wafted out of her as something collided with her from the right side, and she was pulled down behind a boulder by none other than Jangad himself. There was no doubt but that he had risked his life to save hers, shielding her body with his own. When a blaster chipped rock behind her it grazed Jangad. His face contorted in agony, and he bit through his own lip. His clothes peeled away in smoking scraps, exposing a badly scalded back. He rolled off her, unconscious, shirt and pants smoking. Dead? No. She checked. Merely stunned. Even half-conscious, Jangad's hands cast about, as if searching for his rifle. She found it and placed it in his palms. His fingers curled around it, and he trembled, as if trying to awaken himself. As if war was all he knew, or ever could know. The yelling and screaming intensified to a ghastly peak, then died away. Another wall-shaking explosion followed, but she risked a peek. Several of the recruits were engaged in heroic combat against a killer droid tall enough to graze the ceiling. Their combined blasts actually drove it back a step. To her left, a golden hourglass-shaped droid absorbed a similar volley with little apparent effect, tentacles casting about and bringing down one miner after another. The side caves still looked clear. She dragged Jangad over in their direction and was met halfway by a tall, thin, blonde miner, Scott Onsun. She barely knew him. Yesterday he was a boy. Now his eyes were an old man's. "Can I help you get him out of here?" Onsun asked her, keeping one eye on the battle. The air was rent with eye-searing energy bolts. "Okay." Onsun's calm facade seemed to crack a bit. Was it the sight of Jangad's seared face? Was that what had unnerved the boy, even as he struggled to find courage? Or was he using this excuse to get out of the charnel house? Together they pulled Jangad towards safety and darkness. The tunnels behind them flashed with light. Screams echoed in the caves, even as they lost themselves in the labyrinthine twists and turns of the side tunnels, winding their way toward a dubious safety. 56. Obi-Wan led a group of 6 refugees into a side cave, shepherding them across the uneven floor through the darkness. Behind them, he heard the clank of a pursuing droid. His group had only 3 blasters. 2 of its members were children. If they were lucky, the cave would narrow, such that the larger droids couldn't pursue. Would one of the JKs spot them? If it did, they were most likely dead. He brushed past webbing as he ran. Old? New? A few hand-sized winged reptiles were suspended in one of them, and he remembered something that Kit had told him about the Ark's first day in the caves. What was that? Jen Kenobi! Resta called, jerking him out of his desperate memory scan. It took only a moment to see the threat. The cave had indeed narrowed, and blocking the exit were 4 gigantic cave spiders, staring at them with glowing red eyes. How could he have forgotten? Kit may have driven the spiders out of the main caves, kept them away with sensors and proximity mines, but in fleeing, these unlucky humans had jumped from the griddle to the grave. The spiders hissed, and Obi-Wan triggered his lightsaber. Spiders ahead. Droids behind. They were trapped, and perhaps all he could do now was sell his life dearly. Then he realized that the spiders weren't hissing at them. No. They were hissing at the approaching JK droid, and he understood why. It was behaving as it had in the arena, half a lifetime ago, dividing into segments that then gripped the ground like the limbs of a thick-legged, small-bodied spider. Perhaps they'd watched a JK cast a web at a fleeing human, and must have thought the droids to be some strange kind of arachnid, more natural competition than the off-worlders. The arachnid defense of their territory was automatic and devastating. And the JKs seemed to accept the challenge. They cast tentacles, stunning several spiders, but others shot silken cascades as the off-worlders retreated to the shadows. It was one of the most bizarre spectacles Obi-Wan had ever seen. The spiders could not stop the JK, but they could slow it with their silk, and by swarming it with smaller spiders. The air clouded with silk and stunned, smoking spiders, but they came on and on. Obi-Wan managed to get his people out, but turned to watch the spiders as they made their stand. The JK fired, pumping juice into the spiders until it's running out of power, Obi-Wan realized. It had probably defeated the equivalent of 100 warriors, but was running out of power. Now the spiders rained more silk on it, and Obi-Wan screamed to his people to fire at the stalactites above the JK, burying it in rock and sticky strands. Even then, the JK trembled against the rock. Exhausted but refusing to give up, still trying to reach its enemies. Unbelievable. Obi-Wan faced the cave spider clan. An immense red female stepped slowly forward, sheltering her young. Obi-Wan and the female stared at each other, and in her eyes he saw awareness. They were not friends, not allies, but had faced a common enemy. The matron bent her forward legs, bowing. Obi-Wan raised his lightsaber in salute. The matron backed away into the shadows with her brood. "You're letting them go?" One of the farmers breathed. "We're letting each other go," he corrected. "No favors. Just respect." The shadows had claimed the Spider Clan. One day soon the Offworlders would be gone, and the caves would belong to the spiders. What then? Was there any way for the 8-legged folk to ever walk in the sun again? Perhaps. There might be a way to finesse such an outcome. First, of course, he had to survive. "Come on," he said, We've got to find a way out. 57. Navigating twisting side tunnels, it took another exhausting hour for Sheikah to make her way back to the surface. For the first 10 minutes, they heard distant explosions and screams. Then, nothing. The golden-haired young miner stayed with her the entire time, but as soon as he saw that she was in the clear, Ansun said, "I've got to go back." "No." She clutched at his arm. "You'll be killed." "Maybe." "Maybe." Ansun examined the wounded clone. "Take care of him." He fought well. And he disappeared back down the tunnel. Sheikah wiped her face, gritty with the rock dust that seemed to have ground its way into her body's every crevice. It took her a few moments to orient herself. She was on the far side of the ridge. Good. This was where she had hidden Spindragon. An arc of light split the southern sky. The cave battle was continuing. The distant thunder of security assault ships filled her ears. In the depths of those caves, sheer chaos had clawed its way into the living world. For a moment she was torn. Was there anything she could do? Were her friends being maimed and slaughtered, friends who might survive if she went to their aid? Then Jangad groaned, and all options were reduced to one: find the trooper medical assistance immediately. Get help for the man who had protected her at the cost of his own flesh. She dragged him down over the rocks. Jangad was semi-conscious now. He shuddered with pain for a few minutes, and then fumbled with something at his belt. Almost immediately, his body relaxed. She panicked as he became a deadweight, but when he began to struggle to his feet, she figured he had self-administered some kind of painkiller that left him dreamy but still able to walk. She supported his shoulder, trying not to touch any of the spots seared by the droid's blast. He stumbled along beside her, knees buckling and ankles turning. Then he began to carry some of his own weight, and for that she was grateful. They stumbled down the side of the defile. There, hidden in a maze of shadows, was Spindragon. Although by now the muscles in her legs and back screamed for release, Sheikah ignored them and hauled Jangad toward the ship and safety. "Leave me," she heard him whisper, and it alarmed her that some part of her silently agreed, wanted to give up. But Sheevy's Tull, the same man who had taught her to fly, had taught her to ignore the weak and traitorous voices in her head. She disregarded them and bent to the task at hand. Breathe, pull, rest. Breathe, pull, rest. She lost count of the cycles of pulling and breathing, but a moment came when Spindragon's autopilot sensed her proximity and automatically extended the ramp, a sensible, albeit costly modification. She climbed up the incline, Jangad gripping at her with a weakening hand. With every minor jolt, he grunted as if the pain stripped his nerves raw. A few more staggering steps brought them into the ship's interior. Sheikah loaded Jangad into a crash seat and initiated the ship's warm-up sequence. "Don't worry," she called back to him. "We're getting out of here." He seemed to smile at her weakly, and made a closed fist gesture she had seen him make to other clones. She thought that it meant, "Good to go." Gritting her teeth, Sheikah turned back to her controls. She would have to deal with him, of course, but the first task was to get out of the mountains in one piece. Her scanners indicated that a quartet of enemy ships was sweeping toward her from the north. Time to move. All systems flushed and ready, Sheikah started her engines and lifted Spindragon from the ground, whirling her in place as the first of the pursuit ships appeared over the broken stone horizon. Their intentions were announced with the first bolt that sizzled in her direction, striking sparks and splashing slag from the rocks. Her face tightened in a fighting snarl. The daughter of Sheevy's Tull was not so easily killed. She had made low-altitude runs through the mountain passes more times than she wanted to remember, every one of them wickedly dangerous. Always in the past she had risked arrest, imprisonment, revocation of her flying privileges. This was different. This time, it was life and death. Without further delay, Sheikah accelerated her ship toward the south, scrambling her transponder beacon so that it would broadcast no identifying signals. Now the only thing she had to worry about was being shot down in a blazing fireball. Of course, that was a pretty big only. If only she had armament. But Spindragon went in and out of cities too frequently, was scanned on a weekly basis. The 5 families were terrified of another uprising, and forbade suborbital craft from carrying mounted weapons. The pursuit craft were 2-person security units, built for long-range recon and pursuit of suborbital ships like hers. All muscle and brain. But it just might be possible to meet their challenge. Unlike her pursuers, Sheikah knew the mines. She rose up, flipped, and dived into an opening that was little more than an angry gash in the desert floor. With stomach-wrenching speed she dropped straight down. At the last moment she straightened out, making a sharp right turn. The security ships were only seconds behind her. Her task was to get far enough ahead of them to break visual contact. The heavy mineral deposits would reduce scanner efficiency. Given that, there was an excellent chance they'd be confused by the tunnels, and confusion shifted the odds in her favor. But first, a flash bright enough to stun the eye washed the tunnel from wall to wall. Sheikah screamed and threw a hand in front of her face in a reflexive motion that almost cost her pitch and yaw control. She spun Spindragon sideways to slip between 2 enormous underground pillars, then zipped around a corner and sank to the cave floor swiftly, killing all lights. She could hear them, but they could not hear her. Distant searchlights splashed around the broken rock walls as they slowed to a crawl. "Where are we?" Jangad gasped. Sheikah slipped out of her captain's chair and walked quietly to him. "Ship," she said. "They can find us with sound." "That may be a problem," he gasped. "Why?" "Because I think I'm going to scream." Despite the pain, his lips curled in a bitter, self-mocking smile. "I'm out of pain meds." She wanted to hug him. Instead she said, "I think we'll make it." "Hold on." Sheikah had a few tricks up her sleeve, and one of them was specifically designed to misdirect scanners, a trick that would blind her and the pursuing security ships as well. The difference was that she had been down here before, and they had not. She hoped. "I'm going to try something," she said. "If it doesn't work, then..." "Try it," he said, and closed his eyes against another fit of shakes. "For luck," she said. She bent and, wiping the blood from his chin, kissed him firmly on the lips. His eyes widened in pleased surprise, then she gave a crooked grin and went back to her captain's chair. No way to prevent this next part from being dangerous. She could see a searchlight off in the distance, reflected between a pair of stalactites, and figured that this would be her best chance. Sheikah enriched the fuel mixture absurdly, until the unburned hydrocarbons gushed from Spindragon's rear as dense, black smoke. Within seconds the lights had turned in her direction, and she struggled against a surge of panic. Then she calmed her breathing and lifted off from the ground a meter or two. Much more was impossible because of the low ceiling. But she moved. Yes, even without her running lights, the reflected illumination revealed a turn up ahead. It was just as she remembered. If only the rest of it conformed to memory as well. She turned the corner just in time. A sizzling energy bolt slagged the wall just behind her. The passageway churned with dense, oily smoke. The pursuing ship slid past them, right through the murk, and collided with the wall in a flame blossom that temporarily turned a smoky night into day. Just as she thought, the ships were maneuverable and fast, but not well armored, and with no crash shields. The entire cavern glowed fiercely as the ship exploded. Her chance. Spewing more smoke, Sheikah took the opportunity to cruise low, knowing that the other ships would home in on the destruction. And there came one now, prowling like some kind of predator. Smoke belched from Spindragon's rear as the engine labored on its absurdly rich mix, but she knew that the cloud was large enough to conceal her. The approaching ship had twin beacons in the fore, so that it looked like some kind of lurking predator. An energy bolt ripped through the smoke and slammed against the wall, causing a rock slide she could hear and feel but not see. She tensed as another bolt sizzled by, but didn't move. The search ship was just questing about. It didn't know where she was. But she did. Just barely, but she did. She lifted up and pivoted her ship about. She knew where another exit lay, and if she was careful, she just might make it. Both front and rear view screens showed nothing as she crept away. Occasionally she caught the barest glimmer of a headlight, but then as she turned the corner once, and then twice she left that behind and moved as quickly as she could toward the exit, trying not to think of the deadly search behind her, or wonder what had become of the Jedi and their proud plans. 58. Obi-Wan surveyed the small group of stragglers who had survived the cave slaughter. They huddled in a rocky defile, invisible to any ship overhead, but of course also invisible to other survivors or potential allies. If there were any who had not fled into the desert. All in all, he estimated that half their force had been killed or captured, and most of the rest scattered. He did not look forward to making his next report to the Supreme Chancellor. That, of course, assumed there would be another report. He climbed back up to the top of the ridge without exposing himself to enemy fire, looking down to where they had left their new transport, a cargo craft purchased from a small farming community southwest of the capital. The ship was now a smoking crater. Much of the communications gear, and their astromech unit, gone. Dobe Snor, slain while heroically saving Obi-Wan's life. At least 2 clones had made it out. He did not know if there was a third. He had seen one arc go down protecting the woman Tull, but no more than that. Unless something changed drastically, this mission was shaping into the greatest disaster of his career. Kit Fisto came up behind him. Although it was not in Kit's way to offer a comforting gesture, Obi-Wan knew his companions' hearts. Everything that could go wrong had gone wrong, but none of it had been the Nautilan's fault. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was not his fault either. My Duras had warned him that sinister forces were at work. That they were never meant to succeed. Could that be true? And if so, what did it mean? I do not understand, Kit said. Each individual move we have made has been without stain. Obi-Wan rotated those words in his mind, seeking to put the lie to them. To his sad relief, he could not. They had done everything right. And yet we've been outmaneuvered at every turn, he said, finishing his thought aloud. Almost as if we've been playing the wrong game all along. All along. Obi-Wan remembered the moment in the throne room when he had pretended to locate the car by sensing its influence on the rest of the system. Well, he had only thought of that because of similar, less complex exercises taught long ago by Qui-Gon Jinn. He'd felt that same part of himself triggering, rising as from slumber. He needed to see something. To notice something. Look at all the pieces. Which ones have been disturbed? What do you not see, as well as see? Not sense, as well as sense? Where should there have been a ripple where there was not? If something has caused each of your plans to disrupt, if someone attempted to kill you, was that Duras's way? And do any of the 5 families have the power to cause such catastrophe? And if they do not, then what possibility does that leave? Obi-Wan? Kit asked, and suddenly Obi-Wan realized that he had been staring trance-like into the distance. Kit was studying him, and worry creased the Nautilan's normally impassive face. He whispered his reply. There is another player. Another major participant in this tragedy, and has been from the beginning. Somewhere in all of this. But where? Obi-Wan shook his head. I don't know. But I fear that before this is complete, we will know the answer to that question. And will wish we didn't. One of the clones approached from behind him. He cursed his self-pity. If he was confused, how much more so were these poor creatures, raised since before birth to operate within an immutable chain of command? He had to shake off this malaise, be worthy of their trust. Your orders, sir? Surdy asked. Collect the equipment, he said. Round up the survivors. We're moving to the secondary location. I don't know who betrayed us. But this time, we keep the loop closed. Surdy nodded tightly. Very good, sir. Casualties? 16 dead or captured that we know of, sir. Obi-Wan noticed that a few more stragglers had joined them without attracting the hunters. Good. Where there was discipline, courage, and creativity, hope still remained. Casualties? Captain A98 Nate is missing and presumed dead. That hit Obi-Wan hard. Strange. Hundreds of thousands of clones, all cut from the same cloth. And yet hearing about that particular trooper caused him a special pain, and he wasn't entirely certain why. 59. Sheikah Tul made very, very certain her pursuers were thrown off the track before continuing. She traveled south to the commercial air corridors, and then slipped along those, changing direction several times to be absolutely sure that Spin Dragon was not followed. Once certain, she zigzagged 200 kilometers into a stretch of rolling brown mounds 180 clicks east of the Dashta Mountains. A river channeled snow melt from the Yalnoy's white-capped peak to their north, so the hills were greener than much of Cestus's surface, pleasing to the eye even from a distance. Still, the water supply was adequate rather than generous, so the population remained relatively low. Most called them the Zante Hills. Sheikah Tul called them home. Sheikah went into a landing pattern, and breathed a sigh of relief as the engines slowed and stopped. At first there was no sign of habitation. Then an Extian cloaked in a brown robe emerged from one of the metal buildings. As Sheikah Tul walked Jangad down the ramp, he hailed her, the customary smile of greeting gone thin and tight. Brother Fate, she said. Sheikah, he said. His faceted eyes peered more carefully at the burned uniform, and the unhappy expression deepened. Bringing this soldier here is dangerous. Sheikah tightened her grip around Jangatat's waist. He was injured in our cause. Help him, Brother Fate. Please. The old gray-tufted Extian examined the wound, rubbing the singed cloth between his fingers. Blaster? What difference does that make? She said urgently. Help him. Brother Fate let out a long, slow sigh. His faceted emerald eyes were filled with pity. For you, my child, he said, and then raised his voice to the others. Slowly, a few other people, and then a stream, emerged from their shelters and, smiling, approached. 3 children emerged, came running toward her, crying, Nana! And hugging her leather skirts. Tarl! She cried, hugging the boy child. To note, the girl. Where is Midhale? One youngster hung back a bit, but then she gathered him into her arms and kissed his mop of unruly red hair. How have you all been? She asked. As she distributed hugs and kisses to them, she watched from the corner of her eye while Jangatat was carted away by several Extians in dark cloaks. Who is the man? Midhale, the youngest, asked. A friend, she replied, and then ruffled their hair. A friend. Now, tell me everything that's happened in the last week. 60. Groaning with pain, Jangad pulled himself into wakefulness. Everything inside him hurt, which he found alarming. Was this how it felt to die? He tried to open his eyes. He felt his lids slide up, but was still unable to see. Global pain combined with blindness triggered an unexpected and quite unwelcome panic response. He sat up, as he did so experiencing a tearing sensation in the skin along his waist. Agony forced an oath from his lips, and he thrashed his arms about, trying to discover the extent of his prison? Now, calm down. A pleasant male XDing voice. Everything is all right. It is imperative that you rest. Absolutely nothing in that voice triggered any sense of threat, but Jangad couldn't dampen his reaction. Danger flared over his entire nervous system, as if his every sense had triggered simultaneously. And yet, his conscious mind knew that he was not in danger. In the oddest paradox, the flood of pain and the sense of danger existed simultaneously with the sense of peace, and this he found confusing. What are you doing? He gasped, alarmed at his own weakness as they took his arms gently. Tenderly, perhaps. He wanted to sink back into those sheltering, supporting arms and find peace and release. Wanted it so abruptly that the very depth of his desire frightened him. Stop. I have to report. You must heal, a familiar voice said. It was the robed XDing who had met Sheikah outside her ship. Yes. The ship. He knew this creature. Where had Jangad seen him before? Who are you? Call me Brother Fate, he said. Where is Sheikah? Jangad gasped. With her children, the robed XDing replied. A burr of other voices filled the room around him. Her children? Yes. She makes her home here, among us. Is this where her husband lived? Yes. Brother Fate paused. Before she left this last time, she asked us to take special care of her children. I believe she suspected herself to be in danger. The voice paused again. It seems she was correct. Yes. But it was, in a good cause. Yes, the voice said. So were they all. I have to go, Jangad gasped. Or at least report. Not yet. You will interrupt the healing process. You could die. The first duty of a trooper is to protect the safety of the whole. We live but a few days, the GR lives on forever. His mouth seemed to be moving without his mind being engaged, and in that automatic state he momentarily seemed his old, fierce self. Then his strength ebbed, and he sank back down again. Forever? Brother Fate clucked. You won't last an hour if you don't stay quiet and let me treat this wound. Jangad groaned. Then something minty and cool was pressed against his nose, and sleep claimed him. Under ordinary circumstances, the only time Jangad remembered his dreams was when sleep learning vast quantities of tactical data. Then events in the external world might trigger the memory of an odd dream or two. Aside from that, nothing. But then he'd spent his entire life surrounded by troopers and the tools of war. This place was different. This was all new and unknown. Here in this alien place the darkness swarmed with odd images, places he'd never been, people he'd never seen. It was all so strange, and even while sleeping he seemed to grasp its oddness. Twice, perhaps 3 times he rose toward the surface of his mind like a cork bobbing up in an inky sea. Neither time could he see anything, but once he felt something, as if something heavy and oblong lay on his chest. When he began to move beneath it, it slithered away, and once again he slipped from consciousness. Jangad awakened from a dream of a rising sun, and once again felt a squishy, flat weight upon his chest, a resistance against inhalation. This time, his skin no longer felt tender. It was a rather gauzy feeling, if that made sense, as if he were filtering all sensation through some kind of thin filter. But the weight was there. He moved his hand much more slowly this time, just a bare centimeter at a time. Whatever lay on his chest pulsed more rapidly, but didn't move. His fingertips probed at a solid but gelatinous mass. Cool, but not cold. It felt rather like a piece of rubbery fruit. He moved his hands in both directions. It was about half a meter long but that was all the strength he had. His hands dropped away, arm gone numb. He tried to call out, to ask someone to remove the thing from his chest, but some instinct told him that it was this thing that kept the pain from searing his mind. So he said nothing and settled back again. Beneath the sheltering bandages his eyes closed, and then relaxed. There was nothing he could do right now. That much was true. So he could heal. Would heal, if such capacity remained. Jangad remembered the cave debacle. He remembered watching their recruits scattering, mowed down by the killer droids, captured by the JKs, or fleeing from the cave to be slain by enemy blasters. Sutu had perished in orbit. All right. And men and women who had trusted him died in the caves. And that meant there was a debt to repay. And troopers knew how to repay debts. Yes, that was one thing they understood quite well. In the darkness, Jangad burned mouth twisted into a cold and lethal smile. 61. Jangad flowed through endless cycles of sleep and wakefulness. Sometimes the cool, moist animal was on his chest, and sometimes not. Sometimes he heard voices and sometimes he didn't. When he awakened hungry, Jangad was fed some kind of fruity mushroom mash. The texture was vile and slippery, but the taste was incredible, fresh, as if made by hand. From time to time he was massaged, and afterward felt someone peeling dead flesh away from his back. The hands managing him were the softest and most caring he had ever known. He was alarmed to realize that there was a part of him that craved that, loved that, and wanted more if he could have it. No. This is not my life. Not a trooper's life. He could not be certain, but it seemed days later when the last twist of gauze was finally unwrapped from his eyes. He reached up and gripped his nurse's wrist. A thin wrist, like a stick, really. He could have snapped the bone with a single wrench. By touch, he knew his caregiver to be a male ex-Sting. Brother Fate. He heard breathing, but no words. Where is Shikatul? He asked. Right here, she answered from nearby. He swore that he could hear the smile in her voice. Layer upon layer of gauze was unwound, and as it was, light began to stream into his famished optic nerves. We've turned the lights down. Your eyes may still be sensitive. And so they were. When he opened them slowly, blinking hard, the light in the room struck like a physical blow. He held up one hand in front of his eyes. Are you all right? He blinked and lowered his hand again. As images began to resolve, he saw he was recuperating in another of Cestus's endless cave formations. Sheets and blankets covered the walls, and simple furnishings divided the floor space into living quarters. There was a fair amount of equipment that he didn't recognize but guessed to be medical materials of some kind. A makeshift hospital? Why did you bring me down here? Jangad asked. The brown-robed ones glanced at each other in amusement. Who are you? Are you medics or metops or something? No, not exactly, Fate said. It's a little hard to explain. Although he declined further explanation, Jangad felt no harm from the X-Sting, and managed to relax. "It's time for us to look at those wounds," he said. They helped Jangad to a sitting position and peeled away the leaves that had been placed. Leaves? He hadn't looked more closely, merely felt them on his body. What he had assumed to be cloth was actually some kind of broad, pale, fleshy thin fungus. They peeled the fungus away one sheaf at a time. They were dead, that much was certain. In peeling them away, a thin film of mushroom remained behind, clinging to his skin. His skin. The light in the room was dim, but there was enough to look down at his body. He remembered when the killer droid's blast struck him, searing away skin. He feared muscle and bone might be damaged as well. Looking at his body now, he saw a pale shininess between knee and hip, but nothing else to indicate that a burn had ever existed at all. This is better than synth flesh, he thought, comparing the fungus to the healing compound included in ARC first aid kits. This discovery would have to go in his report. To see such results from a healing chamber was one thing entirely. To see its equivalent achieved with a few leaves was simply astounding. This was X-Sting biotechnology? Certainly, on the galactic market these plants would be precious. Nico's fate was joined by a human male and an elderly X-Sting woman, and the three checked him from foot to fall. Lycal. Sheikah stood watching, and averted her eyes as they peeled the sheet back. At least, he thought she turned her head. Finally, they seemed satisfied with the general trend of his healing, replaced the bed covers, and turned to Sheikah. "We've done what we can. Now it's up to you." And the three physicians filed out of the room, leaving Sheikah and Jangad behind. For a long time Sheikah just looked at him, and then finally she sighed. "I've endangered these people by bringing you here." With a groan, he pushed himself up to a seated position. "Then I should leave." "It's not as simple as that," she said. "What you've brought to this planet can't be unbrought." Jangad frowned. "I'm sorry things seem to have turned out so badly." "I thought," she said, "I really thought I might be able to avoid all this. That never again would I have to watch people I love die." Her face twisted with sudden sharp anger. "You must hate me," he said. "I'm sorry." Sheikah raised a reasoning hand. "I hate what you represent. I hate the purpose for which you were made. But you?" She paused before speaking again, and he filled that pause with 1,000 hurtful comments. "I hate you most of all." But what she said was the one thing he would never have expected. "I pity you, Jangad," she said. There was genuine compassion in her voice. He looked up at her wonderingly, barely comprehending her words at all. A day later Sheikah and the insecto brother Fate took him out of the cave. This was a simple community, although what exactly they traded in, he was not certain. Medicines, perhaps? They seemed to have a fungus for all occasions. Some were tough enough for shoe leather, others said to be edible in a variety of tastes and textures. Brother Fate pointed out a dozen medicinal varieties. The cave fungi seemed the center of this village's activity. But was that all there was to this place? He sensed something more. "Why are you here?" he asked Brother Fate. "Everyone needs a hive," the X-Sting said. "But I'd heard X-Sting didn't mix much with offworlders." "No," Brother Fate said. "Strange, is it not? Gmidurus is regent, but the X-Sting are the lowest of the low." "The offworlders did that to you, and you helped them?" He shrugged. "My ancestors were healers in the hive. Bring any injury to us, and we want to heal. It is our instinct, and there are no limits. 500 years of history doesn't change 1,000,000 years of evolution." Jangad bore in, disbelieving. You help your oppressors? Brother Fate smiled. No one here ever oppressed me. Many here ran from Cestus cybernetics, from the cities, looking for a better way. How are they different from XDing? If that was really Brother Fate's attitude, then there was hope for this planet after all. The XDing medications alone were a potential spice mine. There was so much to see here, so much that didn't perfectly reflect his own worldview. There were many children in the community, so whatever this village was, it was no mere sterile medical enclave. No. I need to communicate to my men, he said to Sheikah on the first day he was able to walk outside. Well, more accurately, she and Brother Fate walked while he hobbled along between them. Children wound their way around them, laughing up at him, aware that he was an off-worlder, certainly, but perhaps not completely understanding exactly what the term off-worlder meant. I can't take the risk of a message being intercepted, she said. But I'll figure something out. Although his wounds were healing with abnormal speed, Jangatat's impatience burgeoned. This was not where he belonged. Not here in the mountains, where the air was clear and clean, the scenery lushly beautiful. This was not where he belonged, although Sheikah's stepchildren to note, Tarl, and Midhail asked him 1,000 questions about the world outside Cestus. What other planets have you been to? What's the Chancellor like? Have you ever seen a pod race? He found to his pleasure that he enjoyed answering them. This was not his world, although 2 days after he arrived he was well enough to be taken to Sheikah's round, neat, thatch-roofed home. And there in the house that her dead love-yender had built for her, he saw another side of the formidable pilot who had saved his life in the caves. Here he saw an aproned woman managing a houseful of happy children. She merrily produced great heaps of bread and vegetables and strange, fishy-tasting fungi. Jangatat liked his fresh steaks and chops, but had to admit that his belly groaned with satisfaction from the thick, chewy mushrooms alone. He inquired about that, and little Midhail said, "The guides tell us that." Sheikah's soft, warning smile was enough to get the child to be quiet, and Jangatat noticed that the conversation swiftly and sneakily was turned to other things, and he was coaxed into discussing battles and campaigns on far-off worlds. He was amused when childhood imagination transformed grinding fatigue and constant terror into something romantic and exciting. He chuckled, and then let the amusement die, asking himself if he wouldn't have responded the same way, given the same life and the same stimuli. And there at the table, his mouth filled with hot bread, he watched the siblings' easy camaraderie. Not so different from his own brethren. Not every clone trooper joke, jest, trick, or game was somehow related to the arts of death. Just 95% of them. Here, there was also farming and gathering, the setting of traps and the repulsion of predators. The entire community seemed to be enthralled with the very process of living. The intensity of the work seemed joyous, and he could appreciate that as well. And he wondered, what would he have been here? And the thought was so sudden, and so achingly strong that for a few moments he stopped chewing, eyes unfocused on the wall, thoughts previously unknown to him unreeling in his mind. He turned and looked down at Sheikah's end of the table, and realized that he was sitting where her former husband might have sat, and that these might have been his children. Something very like a tide of sorrow washed over him, one swiftly stemmed, but real nonetheless. This is not my world. Jangatat was sleeping when Sheikah Tul entered the cave infirmary, and for this she was glad. Even with the healing fungus, his body had suffered terrible insult, needing constant monitoring and care to ensure that no infection set in. She conferred quietly with Brother Fate, who reassured her that all would be well. She left Brother Fate's little cubicle and went back to the sleeping area, looking down on Jangatat. He slept flat on his back, as Django had. His brawny chest rose and fell slowly, and he made the same little sleep sounds that Django had once made. That she had grown accustomed to. That, once upon a time, she had foolishly allowed herself to hope might be sounds that accompanied her own sleep, all the days of her life. She closed her eyes, trying not to think the thoughts tumbling into her mind. Another chance, she thought. You know what Django was. You know how it felt to be with him. You never thought you'd feel love like that again. The most devastating male animal she had ever known. Was that an insult to the memory of her dead husband? Yender had been good and kind and not Django Fett. And now, here was Jangatat. Another chance. No, she whispered. It would be wrong. It would be selfish. It would be human. The next day he felt well enough for walking in the hills, and accompanied burly little stepson Tarl and red-haired stepdaughter to note as they went to check Chitlik traps up in the tree-lined caves above their fungus farm. The orange-striped, cave-dwelling marsupial's mammary glands exuded a cheesy substance called kista that helped offworlders cope with the toxins and microorganisms in Cestus's soil. They sang to him a tune he had heard before. 1. Chitlik's basking in the sun. 2. Chitlik kista in the stew. 3. Leave a little bit for me. 4. Can I have a little more? 5. Set the traps to catch alive. 6. So the children could augment the community by capturing and milking the creatures of Kista, then releasing them again, usually without damage. Set the traps to catch alive. He'd seen few dead animals since arriving. No furs, no curing meat. All he had eaten was the satisfying, hardy fungus. These folk hunted without harm. Who were they, and what had made them that way? Jangatat watched the children as they checked the slat-walled deadfalls. The Chitliks hissed from behind the barriers, but struggled less than he would have expected as they were milked, almost as if playing a game of some kind with their captors. The creatures seemed aware that the humans meant them no harm. Later, he found himself helping the kids design traps and snares based on his own survival training, although of course they needed to be modified to ensure that Chitliks were caught alive. He rolled over on his back on the grass, looking up at the sun and relishing the simplicity of his present life. Soon enough he would be back in combat, but for right now, the most important thing was the capture of a few small, furry creatures that would provide vital antitoxins for the village meals, with enough surplus to supplement trade in fungi. The children were fascinated by his nimble fingers, and he amused them with simple skills he had been taught in his own childhood: knife juggling, rope escapes, silent stalking, sign reading, a dozen other tricks that he had learned as normal children learned counting games or skipping rope. And although there was laughter in his eyes as they came down together from the mountains into the hills, Jangatat's heart was heavy. And that night at the collective meals, so similar yet so different from the communal meals he had enjoyed with his brethren on Kamino, he thought, "This is not my world." And then, but it could have been. 62. To Obi-Wan Kenobi's way of thinking, what could be done had been done. Every mistake that could possibly have been anticipated had been corrected. This time, only a fraction of the surviving recruits knew exactly where the central headquarters lay. The 48 survivors were organized into cells of 5 or 6, with only the other members of the cells knowing their names. The outlying farms and mines had suffered a wave of arrests. Many who had been unwise enough to indulge in a bit of tavern boasting about their recent exploits were now languishing in prisons, or had been slain trying to escape. Who knew where the captives had been taken? There was little those captured by the JKs in the mines could tell, but together with the Halvid they could make a convincing case for Jedi perfidy, perhaps sufficient to induce more planets to leave the Republic. In the last days Obi-Wan and Kit had set up camp in an abandoned tricopper mine, one with an entrance through a sheltered overhang that could not be seen by flybys or drone satellites. One known to none of the captured recruits. one free of cave spider nests, with multiple exits that could be taken at a moment's notice. Obi-Wan was determined that the previous slaughter would not happen again. They could not afford another such catastrophe. Fori approached. Jangad is still unaccounted for, he said. Scott Onson, their youngest recruit, had been brought blindfolded to the new cave, and now stood at what he considered attention. Some of our guys tried to get him out, he said. We found their bodies, but... So you don't really know what happened to him, Obi-Wan said. No, General Kenobi. Obi-Wan hunched over his hands, trying to make sense of the data. We may have been betrayed, he said quietly. There was utter silence in the cave. Then Surti spoke up. You suggest that Jangad has broken code? He said that with the air of a man informed that gravity has abruptly ceased to work. Seifer looked at Obi-Wan with something close to anger. It has never happened. Obi-Wan was angry with himself that he had allowed such a speculation to creep into his mind. The troopers were as loyal as mortal flesh could be. Seifer had rightfully found his implication offensive. I do not mean to insult you. I merely state a fact. Jangad was behaving oddly before the attack. Kit Fisto chose this moment to speak. I believe that he was killed. An energy blast could have fried his comm link. Tons of rock were dislodged. He may be buried. Another pause. The clone troopers did not like this idea, but greatly preferred it to the alternative. There's another possibility. We haven't been able to raise Sheikah Tull by comlink. It's possible that he's with her. They were seen together. Kit clapped his hands. From now on, security is watertight, he said. No messages out of our camp. This cannot happen again. Agreed, sir. Then we have to move to step 3, Obi-Wan said harshly. Intensified sabotage. Kit? Kit examined the floating hologram, and then spoke. It might be possible to determine the most critical parts of the fabrication and distribution system, and halt or slow production without damage to the physical plant itself. And this selectiveness is important because Cestus cannot survive without a cash stream. To disrupt it other than temporarily would kill thousands. So I have a plan. 63. Strictly speaking, the 1,000 square kilometers sprawl of Clan's industrials complex was not a city at all. It would most accurately be considered a starburst-shaped collection of manufacturing facilities located 300 kilometers south of Chikatlik, 75 kilometers southeast of the Dashta Mountains. Clan's 24 underground levels bristled with employee barracks and support structures for the merchants, cantinas, personal service corps, and the transportation agents who enabled them. Much of the complex was based on the hive cluster that had once occupied the location. Once before the plagues. As the surviving Exting moved out, off-worlders of a dozen species moved in. In time, barracks had sprung up, and then support systems for those dormitories, transport pads, and the other jobs that accompanied them. Eventually, what had grown here would dwarf all of the outlying farming and mining settlements, and become its own entity. But the heart of it was the manufacturing complex that still accounted for 60% of Cestus's economy. And in this very special case, was responsible for something else as well. The JK droids. Obi-Wan and his anarchists had spent all of a long and stressful night analyzing the various routes into and out of clans, all the trade that went in, and all the resources that it controlled it. It took hours to find a single line that seemed to be the most critical. Every day millions of liters of water were used for agriculture and machining, for drinking and recreation. Cestus's water was perfect for its native life forms, but the microorganisms were lethal for offworlders, and demanded thorough processing before even ordinary industrial uses, let alone consumption. Whereas most of the water for Chicotlic was piped in from northern glaciers. Water for clans flowed from two sources: snow melt from the Dashta Mountains and the clan's aquifer, a geological formation holding water deep in layers of underground rock and sand, under sufficient pressure to discharge to the surface with minimal effort. The nerve center was the main plant processing the aquifer water for consumption in the city. If it could be destroyed, the plant would have to be repaired, or within days clans' residents would be drinking their own sweat. That shutdown would cause a serious reshifting of priorities as the plant was repaired, and once again the 5 families might be coerced to the bargaining table. Obi-Wan thought about it from every angle. Out of the dozen or so possibilities, it was probably the best. There was an additional advantage. Whoever planned the counter-assault against Desert Wind had clearly authorized the use of deadly force. Was it Regent Duris? He had to assume so, and to assume that she would expect a similar level of lethal escalation. Attacking the Aquifer Station, on the other hand, was more roundabout and respectful of life, the kind of attack unlikely to be made by a desperate enemy with limited resources, and therefore less easy to anticipate. Obi-Wan had other concerns as well. It had been 4 days since his ship had been blown from the sky, and with it their only long-range communications gear. 4 days since any sort of message had been sent back to the Supreme Chancellor and the Jedi Council. Soon Coruscant would assume that the mission had failed. That meant naval bombardment. And bombardment meant disaster. Clans attracted merchants of all kinds, from interstellar cargo barges to aboriginal caravans crossing the deserts at night seeking clans' gates and landing pads. And that day the guards at the gates studied the flow more carefully than usual. Although the guards had to expect additional assaults, there was little they could do to prepare for one. The attack had to operate in 2 different sites and with 2 different intents. The locations: the pumping station at the foot of the Dashta Mountains, and the purification plant in the town itself. Disabling both simultaneously might confuse the security force, giving their people time to slip away. If the attempt to sabotage the stations failed, Desert Wind forces would plant targeting beacons to guide the inevitable bombardment. With such pinpoint targeting, even if disaster struck, the bombing fatalities might be limited to dozens rather than thousands. So while Obi-Wan Kenobi and half the forces entered the city in a variety of guises, Kit and his followers approached the Aquifer Station from the mountains, landing 5 kilometers away and then moving over and through rough, broken terrain to approach the station from shadow. Alarms? Seifer asked soberly. Kit examined the flat hand-size view screen. It displayed the outline of the physical plant, plus shadowy, floating images representing the security fields around the plant. They're there, as of a week ago. I'll be surprised if they haven't been enhanced, Seifer said. So we have to wait. But not for long. He felt exposed here. Since things had started souring, he had the uneasy sense that every move he made was anticipated. Kit hated to admit it, but he and Obi-Wan were running out of moves. The first time they repeated themselves, they were all as dead as the hopes for a diplomatic solution. Timing was everything. Obi-Wan Kenobi shuffled along with the caravan Thak Val Zing had arranged for them, bringing a variety of luxury items to the tent city open market on the surface above clans. They carried a dozen types of dried and shredded mushrooms, perfumes and toys, rare spices from the desert caves, scented oils for bath or bedchamber, carvings made from the petrified bones of long-dead creatures that had walked Cestus's deserts when the soil had been fertile and moist. The bearded, pale-skinned human guard examined the offerings and laughed. Not much market for this nonsense today. Everyone's on alert right now. Maybe you'd better turn around, come back later. A ridiculous notion. The guards knew quite well that the caravan would have traversed 100 kilometers to reach the tent city's gated entrance. They would lack water and food, and would long for rest beneath a sheltering roof. He wondered if the guard was weak-minded as well as venal. It might be worth a try too. But before he could implement his planned bit of mind control, Resta stepped forward. "'Cuse me," she said. "For we go, sell goods otherwhere, we want give you first look. You me done business afore." And here Resta's red-ringed secondary hands raised her robes to show a series of copper bands on her belt, each one representing another journey into clans. The belt dangled with them. "We make credit, you make credit. Business better wit friends. What say?" The guard watched them both. One of his pale shaggy eyebrows raised as he extended his hand. Resta placed a small jangling bag into it, and the guard peered within. A smile split the fleshy expanse beneath his unkempt yellow beard, and he stepped aside. The caravan entered, and Obi-Wan was immediately glad that his face and form were mostly concealed. A probe droid floated by them, imaging the group, no doubt relaying it to live or computerized security databases. This was the ground-level open market entrance, and the entire area was filled with booths, selling thousands of different wares to clans residents who ventured to the storm-swept surface in search of bargains and exotica. After half an hour helping his companions erect their own booth, Obi-Wan pretended to sort carvings before he caught a nod from Resta, and was forced to pay a bit more attention to the next customer, a yellowish glimphid whose long, slender head matched his skinny body. "Have you a carved banda?" the glimphid asked. "I long for home." Those were the appointed code words, and after a brisk bit of bargaining, Obi-Wan sold him a carved walking stick. "This is just fine," the creature from Plateau said. "I might be willing to have some more of this work. Custom work. Would you be interested?" Obi-Wan nodded. The glimphid turned and led Obi-Wan and Resta toward the Duracrete dome marking a city entrance. The guard paid minimal attention, and they descended a turbolift tube into the heart of clans. Obi-Wan had expected clans to resemble the capital. He was both right and wrong. At Chicotlick the hive had made a home in a cavern created by natural water erosion. Here the walls glistened, fused to glass, and he realized that the entire cavern had been formed by some kind of underground volcanic activity. They probably moved in 1,000,000 years after the molten bubble had cooled. Its new off-worlder masters had built on top of the Xteing architecture. Resta had not spoken since they entered, but now she whispered under her breath, "See low rocky building behind spire?" Obi-Wan nodded. "That power station. Cut my farm off, so sell power to some 5 fan place. See building next to it? A 3-story brownish rectangle. The purification plant. That where you go? Resta no take you farther. Understand?" Obi-Wan nodded again. "I thank you for everything." Resta snorted, anger reddening her face and bristling the slits at the sides of her neck. She gestured at the bustling pedestrians. "Think Resta risk life for you?" She spit on the ground. "Resta no care about her life. Her people almost gone. Just want to take as many with Resta as can." And without shaking hands or giving any other sign, the golden carapaced woman turned and left. The city bustled like a nest of sea prigs. About a third of the citizens wore uniforms in orange and gold cloth. Obi-Wan knew these to be the factory's corporate colors, and was sobered to realize the extent of the damage he was about to create. The streets had been laid out along the original hive structure, with the mathematical precision of a computer-generated maze. Therefore it was easy for Obi-Wan to find his way through the color-coded labyrinth until he found himself 3 stories deeper down at the outskirts of the 3-story brown building. He slipped into an alley, examining the building from the side. He had seen the schematic, but given any opportunity preferred to trust his own eyes. 3 stories. According to his information, the third floor held the most vital controls, so that was where he went. Obi-Wan floated from the shadow on the wall, ascending using even the narrowest of handholds, using his sensitivity to balance on footholds where a reptile might have fallen to its death. Once at the window, he looked back down at the street. The alley was narrow, so that it wasn't easy to see him, but if anyone looked directly up, there would be a problem he would rather not deal with. So far, so good. The lock was not as easy. It was complicated and beyond his ability to pick. Security alarm? He felt around the edge, trying to sense the presence of a protective energy field. Yes. He could sense the conduits, but the power wasn't pulsing with any intensity. So the alarm circuit existed, but wasn't on during the day, when the purification plant probably swarmed with guards. Obi-Wan triggered his lightsaber and burned a hole through the lock and window. When sparks ceased to spit and the window cooled, he reached through and opened it. He slid through and was in. The room was empty, but not for long. The doors slid open. He spun across the room and was in hiding before the door opened. A man walked in, and Obi-Wan rendered him unconscious before he was even aware of a threat. His victim wore an uncowled uniform, one that would expose Obi-Wan's face. All he could do was hope that there were enough employees that he wouldn't be immediately detected. Fewer would die that way, and that was to be hoped for. Their original mission had gone awry. Hopefully, things were beginning to get on the right track. He stepped out into the control room, scanning swiftly. Smaller than he might have thought, with banks of control computers along the walls. This part of the operation was simple enough to be run by 1 or 2 attendants, and perhaps, just perhaps, he'd already taken out his opposition. Then optimism died. There, in the middle of the room, squatted the deceptively beautiful golden hourglass of a JK droid. Obi-Wan groaned. Any fool could have anticipated that Cestus would continue to make use of its own security droids. Still, hope is a terrible addiction to overcome. No way through it now, though. He had limited time, and it was all too possible that his companions were already selling their lives dearly. The glittering, elegant form would seem so innocent to one who had never seen the droid in action. He approached it gingerly. What to do? Once it recognized him as an intruder, he would have only moments to act. In all probability, it was already too late. Disaster loomed if the JK raised an alarm. Only an idiot would relish the prospect of simultaneous duels with droid and guards. What was the JK's alarm perimeter? He was surprised that it wasn't the room itself, then realized that it might be possible for maintenance workers to enter a room as long as they kept a certain distance, behaved in a specific way, or carried electronic identification of some kind. Did the JK trigger on sound? Proximity? Was he even now being scanned for security codes embedded in badges or clothing? Were there spoken code words that might disarm the mechanism? 2 things he was certain of. 1. He didn't have those code words. 2. If he attempted to reach the controls, it would attack. What to do? He had faced the JKs in the caves, and had little taste for another encounter. Speed. He needed speed. Gambling everything, Obi-Wan Kenobi drew his lightsaber and triggered it to life. He hurled it at the control panel at the same time that he threw himself directly at the JK. Its attention was split between orders to protect the equipment, and those to apprehend the attacker. Tentacles extended rapidly from its side, snapping after the tumbling lightsaber, and might have caught it if not for the beam severing 2 of its arms. As the lightsaber hit the panel, the JK hissed as if it were alive. The energy blade sliced through the control paneling. Coils of wire bulged free, and sparks showered from the smoking metal. Automatic shutdown went into effect. The JK seemed to realize it had been tricked into splitting attention, and turned itself fully back to Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan called to his lightsaber, but he saw at that moment that it was tangled in the panel's wiring. There was not another full second for thought. The JK was closing fast. Making a snap decision, he raced toward the biodroid, pulling the light whip at his side as he did. The biodroid was on him, wrapping its arms around his legs. Pain. The mechanical arms surged with energy. The hair on Obi-Wan's head flared away from his scalp, and he fought shock as the charge threatened to shut down his nervous system and paralyze his diaphragm. As it pulled him closer, attempting a retinal scan, Obi-Wan triggered the light whip, and it spun out at an angle, ensnaring an entire quadrant of arms in a single instant. Sparks sprayed from the torn durasteel. He threw his hands in front of his eyes as the spray splashed across his face. He heard, but did not see, the mechanical arms as they tumbled to the ground, severed by the strands. But now he had lost both tools. The droid seemed to realize that it, too, had been wounded, and actually rolled back a step. Obi-Wan made a snap decision and lunged in, deciding that it would be least prepared to deal with an aggressive forward motion. It attempted to respond, but this time with a noticeable time lag in response. Stumps twitched as the JK attempted to strike him with phantom severed limbs, but the remaining arm lashed across his face, tearing skin and shocking with a sizzling jolt of pain, but by then he had moved to close quarters. His vision was still blurry, but the force was strong in Obi-Wan. He could sense the place where the light whip had struck, weakening the JK's sparkling case. There. Obi-Wan closed his traitorous eyes, inhaled, finding the place within himself where there was no fear or doubt. Dwelling there. Every muscle in his hand was perfectly coordinated as it flashed down, gaining acceleration as it struck, a perfect transference of force to the already damaged surface. He heard the crack, and folded his arm, striking again and again with his elbow at the same spot. The injured droid tumbled over backward, sparks spraying all about them. He didn't know how many times he struck, only that when he was finished, the JK lay thrashing weakly on its side. Obi-Wan stood, feeling similarly weakened. He looked down at the droid with newfound respect. It had required 2 energy weapons and bruising hand-to-tentacle combat to stop the thing. His heart thundered in his chest, but he focused and continued about the business at hand. Obi-Wan had only to plant his explosives, and all was done. If they were disarmed before detonation, then he hoped Desert Wind had done its job, planting beacons to guide a bombardment that would destroy the purification plant. Obi-Wan plucked his lightsaber from the ground, and then the light whip. He triggered it. The narrow luminescent thread flared for a moment, and then died. Its power cell was exhausted, and regretfully he tossed it away. The device had served its master well, but now there were other concerns. No more time for toys. 64. 25 kilometers away, Kit Fisto crouched in the shadows of the Aquifer Station's bleached white rectangular walls, waiting. The security sweeps revolved once every 20 seconds, invisible, undetectable to anyone without superb apparatus, or profound force sensitivity. He moved them through the energy maze one level at a time, until they were completely within the shadow of the station's walls. I have to leave you now. If you manage to cut the power, make your way inside. And you? Thak Valzing asked. I'll meet you there, he said. Kit peered down into a flat-bottomed Duracrete riverbed outside the walls. Without another word he jumped and slid down its rough, slanted side toward the bed. He was able to slow his sliding descent, but knew that he wouldn't be able to get back out up the wall. If the plan went wrong, there would be trouble indeed. According to their information, water from the dash to dam sluiced through the trench in hourly currents. There was no way around this next part, and he prepared himself. He heard the rumbling before he saw it, a great pounding wave that shook the Duercrete and swept around the corner like a raging wall. Kit rolled into a ball as it struck him, allowing it to carry him along with it down the channel and to the mouth of the drop-off. Within moments he was flipping through the current as if he had never left Glee Anselm at all. Bang! The tide slammed Kit into the wall, but he relaxed with the force, riding it, feeling the pressures and intensities of the raging flow. A grid up ahead, metal bars twisted together to make fist-size holes. Kit's lightsaber flashed, foaming the water with clouds of gas bubbles. A circular swipe, and the bars parted as Kit's head slammed into the severed section, knocking it ahead of him. He yielded through, kicked himself away from another wall, and found himself in an even narrower channel, water pressure increasing the speed and intensity of the flow. Ahead, the water was passing through a flash-heating ray, boiling it for a few seconds before passing the heated water onto another system of pipes. The ray brushed his skin, and Kit's nerves screamed with shock. No! He swam upcurrent, caught between icy flow and the boiling heat ray. Fire and ice, he thought, suddenly aware that the cold had leached strength from his body. The current pushed him back toward the boiling water, and he pulled at the sides of the channel, trying to lift himself out. No purchase. The first threat of panic wormed its way into his mind, and Kit Fisto clamped down on it instantly, concentrating on each stroke, centering himself, allowing the force to find his way between the onrushing currents 1 meter at a time, until he reached a ladder, only 2 meters overhead. Kit concentrated, dived down in a fast loop, and burst up out of the water to grab the bottom rung and lift himself out. He shivered. The snow runoff was as cold as the cauldron had been torrid. It took a moment before his body adjusted and the shaking diminished. Here on the far side of the scanners, he could climb the wall safely, make his way to a juncture box on the second level. Clinging to the wall, he waited. And waited. Something was wrong. Val Zing and his people should have gotten through by now. He checked his chrono. And then suddenly the water flow beneath him died to a trickle. The power had been cut. A backup alarm began to ring. Distant shouts echoed in the corridor. There would be only a few moments before the power would come back on, but his men had heard those shouts or the alarm, and would make their move. It was his job to clear the way. Kit crawled along the ledge until he found a barred window, and used his lightsaber to slice through it, letting himself in. He heard the sound of racing feet just outside the door. A secondary alarm rang insistently, perhaps announcing the appearance of desert wind. He waited until the feet had passed, then made his way along the corridor. The pumping station's ground floor was some 10,000 square meters, with a ceiling that arched 4 stories overhead. The artificial stream bed ran through the center of it, where every bit of water trickled past heat rays and the crackling arc of a flux light, the first line of purification. While not filtering the water as thoroughly as the station in town, it was the first line of defense, killing 80% of microorganisms and neutralizing many toxins. The floor bucked as an explosion shook the complex. This blast originated near one of the outer doors. Kit Fisto smiled grimly as more guards ran in that direction. With the present limited lighting and a distracting attack going on at the front, it would be easier for him to complete his mission. Not easy, perhaps, but easier. Clinging to the underside of the catwalk, breathing into the strain in his fingers and shoulders, Kit hand-walked around the room's perimeter and dropped 15 meters down to the deck, landing silently. He slipped into the room, and the single guard didn't even have time to turn around before Kit hurled himself forward. The guard managed to level his sidearm as Kit sliced it from his hand. The Nautolan continued the motion into a kick to the head, disabling the hapless Session before he could make a sound. He whirled, examining the control panel, shutting down the water flow to clans. The next phase was easy, destroying the panel to freeze the setting. Kit's lightsaber flashed, and within seconds the panel was a smoking ruin. He surveyed the damage swiftly. It would take days to get this station working again. The floor beneath his feet shook as an explosion ripped through the building. Good. More confusion, more damage. Hopefully, not more loss of life. Time to make good his escape. Kit Fisto left the room and instantly ran into the returning security team. He was a beat ahead of them, his lightsaber flashing as he was forced to defend himself without restraint. He tried to avoid lethal maneuvers. They are just trying to do their jobs. There came a time when such restraint was of no use at all, and after a whirlwind engagement, 2 men fell. A third brought his weapon to bear and the Jedi leapt over the railing, falling 2 stories to land in a crouch. More guards. His lightsaber seemed to move of its own accord before the blasts were launched, and he blocked 2, 3, 4, and then was among them, tight-lipped and narrow-eyed. Guards screamed, dying there. This Cestus affair grows uglier by the moment, Kit Fisto thought bitterly. Then regrets and second guesses dissolved as a web of lightsaber light filled the air around him, and guards crumpled to the ground. He flirted with battle fever, the howling demon in his mind trapped behind the bars of discipline, but guiding him as he slid down Form I's razor edge. He heard the siren before he stopped, but just before, making him think that the sound had simply not impressed itself on his consciousness. His focus had been so tight that everything external had simply failed to register. 8 guards lay around him, moaning. Kit's mouth twisted in an oath he would have been ashamed for the Jedi Council to hear. This was exactly the sort of carnage he'd hoped to avoid. Out. On the way, a huge technician swung a pry bar at him. Sick at heart, the Jedi spun to the inside of the aggressive spiral and twisted it out of his hand. He shifted his attacker against the wall as his eyes rolled up, voluntary nervous system paralyzed by a strike to the nerve plexus beneath his arm. Sleep, Kit Fisto whispered as the technician slumped. All life is a dream. Or a nightmare, he thought. One from which more and more sessions would never awaken. 65. Nothing even vaguely resembling good cheer lived in Chicotlick's halls of power. The word from the clan's manufacturing facility was that the water flow was reduced by 3/4, and it would take days if not weeks to get everything back online. In the meantime, if drinking water was not shipped into the city, clans risked an unprecedented humanitarian disaster. My Duris's 3 stomachs felt variously heavy, sour, and leaden. Who was doing all of this? The Jedi? Might Obi-Wan still live? After his ship had been blown from the sky, they had detected only a single escape capsule, containing the barrister. Who then? And in another sense it hardly mattered. It was obvious to her where all of this would ultimately end. There would be a naval bombardment, and the Republic's war would leave Cestus a smoking husk. And the worst thing of all was that she was about to meet a complication. Oh yes, Quill had smirked, claiming that the person about to enter the throne room represented an answer to their problems. But Duris had been a political animal long enough to know that most solutions were just future problems in a pretty cocoon. Nonetheless, she straightened her back, expanding to her full height and breadth in her throne chair, and nodded to her assistant to allow the guest entrance. Her heart beat faster, although there was nothing on her painted face to betray it. And she knew that the newcomer would feel her heartbeat, even from a distance. She was afraid. The woman who entered the room walked like a military officer, but with that same unnatural lightness Duris had noted in Kenobi. It bespoke severe physical and mental training, a sinuous quality simultaneously enviable and somehow terrifying. The Jedi had displayed the same refined motion, the same absolute and intimidating focus, but through it had also projected decency and wisdom, a profound respect for life and spirit. Those qualities were missing from this creature. Her dark eyes peered out of her pale, shaven, tattooed skull and saw, what? What deep, cold spaces between the stars did this one call home? The woman made the deepest, most arrogant bow Duras had ever seen in her life. Commander Asajj Ventress, at your service, she said. I crave but a single minute of your valuable time. No more? No more. I am no politician. My business is with your manufacturing concerns. The business of Cestus is business, Duras replied. Ventress might not have heard her at all. I am trade ambassador from Count Dooku and your allies in the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Allies? Duras asked with mock surprise. We have no political aspirations. We do have customers, of course, whom we cherish highly. She tried to filter the stress from her voice, and was not completely successful. Ventress cocked her head slightly sideways, her pale lips curling into a contemptuous smile. You do not entirely welcome my presence. Duras forced her own lips into her most formal, neutral expression, and her voice to do the same. Of late I have had reason to be cautious whom I trust. But I wouldn't want you to think I number you among the untrustworthy. Ventress's mouth twisted. Duras sensed that the offworlder had not merely detected the evasion, but actually enjoyed it. I see. Yes. Ventress lowered her head and remained silent. At first Duras assumed that Ventress would speak. After a full minute passed, the regent realized that the woman was waiting for her. Whoever spoke next would be in the weaker position, but Duras could see no polite way to avoid it. Tell me, Commander Ventress, she said carefully. I understand that you have been here on Cestus for a number of days. Do you? She said without raising her eyes. Perhaps you were enjoying our fabled hospitality. Stepping softly, Ventress circled the throne, until she stood behind Duras. Was I? The other eyes in the chamber were glued to this woman who walked among them with such authority, such apparent disregard for their protocol. Yet none dared show offense. The tattooed woman leaned forward from behind Duras. Her face was just at the regent's velvet-padded shoulder. Duras could smell the woman's breath. It was cloyingly sweet, like cake batter. I fear I have little time for entertainments. There are mighty deeds to be done. The galaxy is in foment. What brings you here? Duras asked. I wish merely to ensure that our orders progress smoothly. I understand that the clan's factory will be shut down for some days. I assure you we can accelerate the repair process. Perhaps 72 hours. Yes, Ventress whispered, and then continued to circle. My master and I would appreciate that greatly. But there is another matter. You may think that you have information that would cripple Cestus cybernetics. Some small matter of a 200-year-old contract, obtained under false pretenses. Might this be true? Duras dared not lie. Perhaps. Yes. A two-edged sword, that. If you bring this before the Senate, I promise the Supreme Chancellor would use it to shut down the factories as fully as any bombardment. Your hive would suffer, I promise you. And more than that, you, personally, would bear the brunt of Count Dooku's wrath. Duras nodded silently. I'm certain threats are superfluous, Ventress continued. But Lady Duras, if there is anything that I can do to help, please do not hesitate. Count Dooku and General Grievous have powerful resources, and empathize with your struggle against a corrupt, repressive republic. Together, we can do great things. She paused. Great things. She smiled. That is, for now, my only message. With your permission, I leave. Commander Asajj Ventress backed out of the chamber, bowing, her eyes half-lidded, almost reptilian. When the doors closed behind her, Duras exhaled a long, sour, infinitely relieved breath. Her entire body felt like a coiled spring. The woman made her flesh crawl. Clearly, Asajj Ventress was more lethal than Master Kenobi. Duras was certain deceit had not come naturally to the Jedi. This creature had no such compunctions. No shame, no fear. No mercy either. In fact, as little mercy as the ship that had blown Obi-Wan from the sky. With painful clarity Duras could visualize, actually see, 5 generations of Sestian social progress sliding into oblivion, and there seemed nothing she could do about it. Her assistant Shar Shar rolled closer. "The rest of the council is ready to meet, ma'am." "Are you?" Duras was still lost in her speculations. The timing of this woman's arrival was no accident. Had Ventress landed before or after Obi-Wan? And were their efforts coordinated or mutually antagonistic? Surely she was aware of Kenobi's presence, but had he been aware of her? "Ma'am?" asked Shar Shar, her skin purpling in anxiety. "Yes? Are you ready?" Duras nodded. In the air around her, a dozen holoscreens blossomed. Smooth-pated marketing and sales executive Lidishi spoke first. "Regent Duras, the fraudulent kidnapping is clear evidence of the Republic's intention to interfere in Cestus's sovereign affairs. It is time for us to strike. We must find these rebels and their collaborators, and show the Republic that we will never bend the knee." Duras ached for his naivete. "And who then will our friends be? Can you imagine that the Confederacy sent its spies to help us only? We stand in the shadows of 2 giants, each of whom uses honeyed words to attract us. Each of whom would destroy us rather than see us fall into the other camp." Executive Lidishi seemed reluctant to agree. "That is not necessarily true." "Ah," my Duras said. "And with which of our sons and daughters are you willing to gamble?" And to that question, he had no answer at all. The rest of the meeting did not go well, although there were stories of rebels caught and sabotage averted. But the death toll had now passed 30. The fires of wrath generally proved easier to ignite than extinguish. Cestus's security forces would hunt these saboteurs down, but a sinking sensation deep within her bones told Duras that this would hardly be the end of her troubles. Too clearly, she remembered her experiences with Obi-Wan Kenobi. It seemed a lifetime ago that she had first opined that there might be no solution to her problems. With every passing hour, she began to believe that she had been more prescient than she could ever have imagined. 66. As Gmai Duras's court and cabinet were disturbed by the goings-on, both hive and criminal contingent were in similar turmoil. Gambling and drug revenues dried up as Chicotlic, fearing the coming of war, began to hoard resources. All of Trillet's very businesses were at risk, and she had begun to feel the pinch. But it was more than a pinch that she felt as Ventress returned to her den and presented herself. As always, the off-worlder carried herself as if her humanoid form were a mask. This was pure predator in every word and action. This one lived to kill. "I am a simple woman," Trillet said, "who cannot claim to understand all of the meanings and machinations. But it seems to me that no one can truly say how this will end." "Begging your pardon, of course, Commander." "For once you are correct," Ventress said. "No one can know how this ends, with one exception." When she spoke there was an odd passion in her voice that Trillet had not heard before. "And who or what is that?" Ventress narrowed her eyes, and her pale cheeks colored. "Count Dooku foretold it, and I have seen it. Whatever else happens, Obi-Wan Kenobi and I will meet again." On Queta I promised Kenobi I would kill him. My master wants him alive. So, he will leave Cestus in bondage, or he will rest beneath its sands. There was a flush in her face that Trillet recognized. It was lust. No mere physical passion, although a nameless, fleshly hunger burned within her. It was like lust turned inside out, and it burned inside this strange woman like a fire she could not extinguish. The two strange and powerful offworlders were on a collision course, and she prayed not to be between them. When such giants clashed, small folk such as Trillet could be utterly destroyed. On the other hand, however, in times such as this even small people could make large profits. 67. Where are you taking me? Ship, Shikato replied. For most of an hour they had trod uneven ground. Jangad had long since lost track of direction, so many twists and turns had they taken. 2 thicknesses of cloth covered his eyes, then a sack was pulled down over his head. Triple protection. Why was a blindfold so critically important? He had been promised a surprise, then told that he could only enjoy it if he allowed himself to be blindfolded. A secret, you see. He had accepted the blindfold, then Sheikah and Brother Fate spun him in a circle. When he stopped, he felt the wind blowing against his skin and made an educated guess as to the direction he now faced. When they began to lead him up the side of a hill, he had to forget such thoughts and concentrate on not taking a bone-breaking spill. After perhaps 15 minutes of climbing, the air chilled, the ground leveled, and he guessed that they had entered a cave. Even then the blindfold did not come off. They twisted and turned through the cave, over treacherous footing and with strange watery echoes tinkling in the distance. For almost another hour they walked over uneven ground. Twice he heard falling water, and cool misty sprays moistened the backs of his hands. Then they began to climb down a series of steps chipped into the stone. For a long moment he merely stood there, wondering what it was that she wanted him to do. But she didn't say anything at all. Finally, feeling a bit frustrated in his solitary darkness, he said, "What?" Immediately embarrassed by the single syllable's inadequacy. His hands fumbled at his blindfold. "No," Sheikah said. Her own cool fingers took his, moved them down. "Why not?" "I don't want you to use your ordinary senses," she said. "Your eyes or your ears." Confusion warred with a powerful and unaccustomed urge to please her. Not so odd, perhaps. She had saved his life and proven a stout comrade. "What do you expect me to do?" "Use your heart," she said. "Tell me, what do you feel?" He stopped and thought. Despite the warnings, he concentrated on ambient sound and sensation. He heard the faint shush of rippling water, and the distant sound of falling droplets echoing in the darkness. He felt the uneven ground beneath his feet, and air moving against my skin, he said. Her voice sounded a bit frustrated, but still calm. No. Deeper. Not your senses. Your heart. I hear water. No. Stop using your ears. What do you feel? In here. She placed her hand over his heart. He sighed deeply, feeling her palm's warmth as if it seeped into and beneath his ribs. Suddenly he had the urge to believe that she was not merely playing some kind of game with him. There was something there, if only he could find it. I feel warm. Where? Inside, he answered. He tried to follow up with more words, but they wouldn't form. Then he noticed that the blindfold-induced false midnight was no longer totally black. Inchoate shapes formed within it, as if faces watched him, judging him. He couldn't quite distinguish them, but they seemed not like pictures, even dimensional pictures. They were more like squirming shapes pushing through a flat elastic surface. Rounded faces, with empty eyes. He had the sense that he knew this form, knew this creature, but couldn't be certain where he had come to know it, or under what circumstances. It feels like floating on a golden current, he heard himself say. I'm half asleep, but totally awake at the same time. Yes. Oh. He had started to speak again, but then his throat seemed filled with dust. Now speckles of light twinkled in the darkness. They were followed by shadowy forms flowing together, then separating, then together again. His legs wavered, buckled. A remnant of his injuries? He went down to his hands and knees, then felt her hands on his shoulders. It took a few moments to catch his breath. Then he stood again and dropped his arms to his sides, fingers flexing and unflexing, breathing shallow and high. Trembling, feeling as if he were about to burst, he raised his hands to the blindfold, then hesitated. Sheikah? He asked unsteadily. Yes, she said. Not a question. The single word was calming. He removed the sack from his head and untied the blindfold. The cave roof was low but glowed with warmth and dull orange light. The radiance originated beneath the surface of a water pool that rippled with a steady heartbeat rhythm. The ceiling dripped with stalactites, and the walls glowed as if they had been polished by hand. The very ground beneath them pulsed with a soft and persistent radiance, reflected back from waterfalls of frozen stone. He coughed, realizing that he had momentarily forgotten to breathe. A dozen eels floated at the surface, vast milky eyes studying them. That strange light seemed to come from within them, so that from time to time their skin appeared almost translucent. Jangad could actually see the bones and organs suspended within. Blind. What is this place? He asked, realizing that some part of him already knew the answer to that question. This is where the eels come to meet us. The Dashta eels? He knew little of them save the briefings of the Jedi. He knew that they were integral to the JK machines. The living component of the biodroids? We thought they came from the Dashta mountains. No, she said quietly. Both mountains and eels are named for Aquifer Dashta, the first explorer to map both mountains and the Zante caves, 4 centuries ago. They were holy to the extinct for thousands of years, but withdrew to the caves when the hive began its conquest of Cestus. These look larger than the eels we've seen, he protested. Those are the young, prior to sexual differentiation. The water rippled with their gentle wavering. One of them swam in a lazy circle and then returned. Their blind eyes studied him. Why? Sheikah was still talking, although she must have realized that his mind had been captured by the sight before him. Cestus is honeycombed with passages, underwater rivers, and pools. Not even the extinct know the location of the Dashta eel's home nest. As far as we know, this is the last remaining place where they interact with other species. It was here that they brought us the first fungus spores. The medicine? Yes. And the meatless meals. How can these be Dashtas? According to my research, they are much too large. These creatures are intelligent. How did he know that? So far they had done nothing but float. But something about those blind eyes. They made gentle sounds, cooing, calling, comforting. Yes, Sheikah agreed. He shook his head. I've read the reports. Dashtas are non-sentient. Not non-sentient. Call it a form of sleep. A gift from the guides, a lifetime of dreams. Even unconscious, their nervous systems supply the force sensitivity. I don't understand all of it. I'm just grateful it works. He paused for a moment, digesting information. What are you saying? Female Dashtas lay millions of eggs, Sheikah said to him. The males fertilized only a few thousand. Unfertilized eggs produce young who never mature. The Eels gave you their children? She nodded. Those who would have died in competition with their fertilized brothers and sisters. They lived on, and in living gave life to we who befriended them. Why would they do such a thing? Long ago, Sheikah said, this planet was more fertile, and there were more sentient species. They died out in competition with each other, as the sand ate the forest. The struggle for survival was distasteful to the Dashtas, who retreated deep into the planet's core. We've been their first new friends in millennia. You. Yes. The Eels offered us their unfertile eggs, knowing that the JKs would bring Cestus more fully into the community of worlds. There is conflict in that world, as well. Yes. As long as there are eaters and eaten, there will be conflict. But the Dashtas hold the potential for sentient creatures to meet their needs without slaughtering one another. This is our potential, not our present. Need rarely triggers war, Jangad thought. Desire is far more deadly. The X-Sting had driven the spiders into the mountains. If the plagues had been no accident, then Cestus cybernetics had all but destroyed the hive. The Separatists and the Republic might well destroy Cestus cybernetics. An endless chain of domination and destruction. And he was one of its strongest links. Jangad kept his thoughts to himself. There was something more important here than philosophical discourse. He desired understanding more than he yearned for his next 2 minutes of air. They have no eyes. Why do they glow? For us, she said, and sat on the rock to gaze more closely at the eels. For you and me. I come here sometimes. Not too often, but occasionally, when I need to renew myself. Her words were true. He could feel it, and had for some minutes now. It was a sensation not of warmth, nor of cold, but of something else. Something that was in aliveness. He felt a compressed lifetime of murderous lessons dissolve, as if he was not any of the things he had been trained to be. But if he was not those things, then what was he? I'm a soldier, he whispered. No, she said. That is your programming. His spine straightened. I am a mighty warrior's clone brother. No, Sheikah said. And there was no mocking in her voice. There was, instead, some other emotion he could not name. That is your body, your genetics. We're more than that. You are not your brothers and they are not you. Jangatat's sight began to blur, and he wiped at his eyes with his hand. Looked at the moisture collected there on his fingers, dumbfounded. He could not remember ever shedding tears before. He knew what they were, but had never seen them from his own eyes. And if he could do one thing that he had never done, perhaps there were others as well? What was this place? One part of him wanted to flee as swiftly as possible. And another wanted to lie down here and be bathed in eel light for the rest of his days. What do you feel? He closed his eyes again. A marrow-numbing tingle flowed through him, lifting him up, seemingly above himself. He heard himself speak without recognizing the words, and realized it was possible he had never really known himself at all. What do I feel? He asked. His voice shook with emotion. What have you done to me? I feel everything. Everything I never knew I lacked. She had taken his hand. Her fingers were small and warm and cool. I see myself, back to infancy, out to old age. It was true. Child. Infant floating in a decanter, the spawn of endless night. His body torn and war-ravaged, dying, the light of combat still glowing in his eyes. Then other flesh, aged Jangatats, ravaged and worn not by war but by time he would never have. A wrinkled Jangatat, sight dimming, but smiling, surrounded by. Yes? For an instant he saw children he would never sire, grandchildren he would never hold, and the sudden, wrenching sense of the path denied was so devastating that he felt himself implode. It was as if all he had experienced on Cestus had awakened some deep and irresistible genetic memory within him. The memory of what his life should have been. Could have been, had he been a child of love and not war. He saw those children, but then, in their eyes he gained the strength to go backward, back to his own infancy, back to. Jangatat sagged to his knees. The tears he'd spent a lifetime repressing welled up once again. It's wrong, he whispered. All wrong. He gazed up at her with haunted, hollow eyes. I never heard my mother's heart. Never felt her emotions while I slept, safe in her womb. No, Chica said gently. You didn't. Hands shaking, he sank his face against his palms. On any other day of his life the heat and wetness would have shamed him, but Jangatat was beyond shame now. No one ever cradled me, he said. No one will miss me when I'm gone. He paused, and into that pause he heard a voice within him whisper, Please, Chica. Say that you'll miss me when I'm gone. When I've performed that single function I have practiced to perfection. Die. Here on this planet. Or the next. Or the next. Tell me that some memory of me will stay with you. That you will dream of me. Remember my smile. Praise my courage. My honor. Please. Something. Anything. But she said nothing, and he realized that it was best that way, that he had come to a place in his life where lived the core conundrums that no outside entity could resolve for him. This was his loneliness, his grim and inexorable destiny. And in this terrible moment, all the fine words about the immortality of the GR rang as hollow as a sarlacc's belly. Jangatat? Despite his horrific realization, he couldn't stop another clumsily disguised plea. No one ever said they loved me. He turned and looked up at her. It was as if tearing his gaze away from the pool required a physical effort. Am I such an ugly thing? No. No. He was not an abomination of nature. He could feel everything that she was not saying, knew why she had brought him to this place, to experience the fear and loneliness he had hidden away from himself. It was mind-numbing. And necessary. His next words were a whisper. Why would anyone ever leave this place, once they had found it? And now, for the first time in minutes, she spoke in complete sentences. Jangatat, it's not one or the other. We don't live either a life of action and adventure, or one of spiritual contemplation. True, the brothers and sisters come here to meditate. But then they return to the world. The world? The world outside. Farms, mines, the city. The world needs us to be active, but to also contemplate the consequences of our actions. To obey orders is good, Jangatat. We all live within a society with reciprocal obligations. But to obey them without question is to be a machine, not a living being. Are you alive, Jangatat? His mouth worked without producing words. I think you are. Wake up before it's too late. You're not just a number, you're a man, a living, breathing man. You were born dreaming that you're some kind of machine, an expendable program device. You're not. Then what am I? He blinked hard, shivering. What is this feeling? I've never known it. He paused, mouth opening in astonishment. Loneliness, he said finally, answering his own question. I feel so alone. I've never felt alone before. How could I? I was always surrounded by my brothers. I've felt lonely in a crowd, Chica said. Only one thing really cures loneliness. What is that? Another plea, but this one did not shame him. The sense that the universe knows that we're here. Confusion warred with clarity. But how can it see me among so many brothers? We're all the same. No, she said, her voice carrying a new sharpness. You're not. As you told me, no two of you have ever had the same experiences. So no two of you can be the same. I lied, he said, the words twisted with anguish. There's no me inside. It's all us. The GR. My brothers. The code. But where am I? Who am I? Listen to your heart. Her palm and fingers rested against his chest. He felt the warmth, so deeply that for a moment he feared its cessation, feared that if she drew her hand away he would become a man of ice. Again. Your heartbeat says it all. It says we are all completely unique. She paused. And that, in that very uniqueness, we are all the same. We are all the same, because we are all unique. The words echoed through the chamber, but he heard them not merely with his ears. He knew now why she had asked him to cease listening to the sounds. Cease using his outer ears, so that the inner voices could whisper their secrets. Unique, as every star is unique. As every particle of the universe is unique. And in that uniqueness, we are all the same. Every being. Every particle. Every planet. Every star. He was speaking to himself. She spoke to him. The Dashta Eels spoke to him. His wrinkled, bearded, and beloved future self, the Jangad who would never be, spoke to him. The child he had never been, who had known a mother's love and a happy home, a mother who would nurture him that he might one day make his own choices in the world. All of these spoke to him. Each in its own voice, but together they blended into a single chorus, a single blended sentiment, overwhelming in its simplicity and abiding love. He sagged from his knees onto his side. All false strength, all bravado drained from him like water squeezed from a sponge. In its place remained a sense of lightness rather than power. He had always felt himself to be a man of iron, if not durasteel. What need had durasteel for air or water or love? Jangad heard a wet slippery sound, then another and yet another. He looked up. The legless eels wriggled cooing from the pool, surrounding him. Very tentatively, he bent and reached out, touched the nearest. Its blind, eyeless face observed him with a vast and aching intelligence. Its touch was love itself. What did you see? Sheikah asked from behind him. Another life, he said. Another life? He nodded. I might have been born to a mother and father. Had brothers and sisters. Played with my pets. That last seemed to surprise her. Pets? Absurdly gentle emotions flooded him. I saw a corrosion phoenix once. The most beautiful thing I ever saw. I wanted one. As a pet. He laughed at himself. Not at that station. Not at any post I know of. A burden to the army, you see? Strange, she said, voice troubled. Strange. Usually the guides are a healing influence. They are. His bruised lips turned up in a smile. For given that other option, I choose my life. However, and for whatever purpose I was given life, still I choose everything that led me to this moment. He paused again, the world spinning around him. Within him. I choose everything that led me to this place, and to you. She sank down beside him, the eels parting to make room. Although they could not see, they saw all. She pressed her full warm lips against his, setting her hands against his cheeks to draw him even closer. Although he had shared kisses with other women, this was different, and unfolding in his heart. Sheikah Tol placed her cheek against his, and whispered something that he could not quite hear. "What?" he asked, afraid to know. "What did you say?" "That thing you've never heard," she answered. Then paused again before speaking the words he had waited a full, brief lifetime to hear. "I love you." Sheikah Tol's beautiful dark face rippled with reflected light. Jangad knew that his existence had contained no greater peace and fulfillment than this. They kissed again, her lips warm against his. 68. The next days seemed a sort of dream, a phantasmal passage from which he would inevitably awaken. The village accepted the fact that he had moved into Sheikah's house, her children that he had moved into her guest room. As Jangad sat sunning himself, Sheikah's son Taro came to sit with him on the porch. They talked for a time, and then Jangad began to use his knife to carve the yellow-haired lad a toy. He knew that they were welcoming him to become one of them. That while such a choice was impossible, Sheikah was inviting him to stay. These were peaceful folk who prayed Cestus would not be pulled into a conflict beyond their understanding. He now comprehended so much more. The Eels had given their beloved friends permission to use the sterile young, but for defensive purposes only. Only to give the humans a means of income, to save the economy of the planet that gave them life. Modifying security droids for the battlefield was an abomination that might destroy them all. Just another level of confusion. But despite the problems, without really saying a specific word, the Zante Hills fungus farmers were offering Jangad something he had never really had, not merely a bunk, but a home. Sheikah's stepdaughter Tenot came to sit at his other side, her red hair ruffled by the noon breeze blowing in off the desert. "Where will you go after?" Tenot asked in her disarmingly fragile voice. "After what?" "After you stop being a soldier." "Where will you go?" "Where is your home?" "The GR is my home." She leaned her small head against his shoulder. "But when you stop fighting, where will you go?" Strangely, those words seemed to resonate in his mind. "Where will you go?" "You're not intended to go anywhere. You will die where you are told." "I don't know what you mean." Why had he lied? The greatest wish of a trooper is to die in service. Isn't it? The possibility of another fate had never really occurred to him. The clones hadn't existed long enough for any of them to wither in their premature fashion, or retire, whatever that might mean to a being with such a truncated lifespan. There was simply no precedent. Tar looked up at him adoringly, and Tenot bent her long, graceful neck to lean her little head against Jangad shoulder. Sheikah watched from the window, smiled secretively, then closed the shutters again. 69. Sandstorms raged the next day, followed by one of Cestus's brief, violent rains. It tamped down the dust but also created a canopy of dark, heavy clouds. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and through much of the morning Jangad wandered the muddy streets alone, seeking he knew not what. Something. Some understanding of these people that continued to elude him. They watched him as they flowed among the stone houses, and were friendly enough, but treated him as what he was, someone who was just passing through. Just on his way to somewhere else. The deepest smiles and sweetest laughter were confined to those who would stay, or might return. He was neither. Late that evening, news reached Sheikah that contact had been made with Desert Wind. Jangad made his tearful goodbyes with the village, and Sheikah's children. He longed to return to the Dashta cave to make another, equally difficult farewell, but intuition told him the request would be presumptuous. It was he who had been presented to the Dashtas, not they to him. Their lair was a secret, and a risk had been taken even bringing him there. He could not, would not, ask for more. Sheikah took him to a neutral landing site, where a few minutes later a two-person speeder bike appeared, piloted by Desert Wind's youngest member. "How are things going, Scott?" Sheikah asked. Ansun's mouth managed to twist into the vestige of a smile. "We're regrouped, and that's more than I would have expected a week ago. It's all right, except for Thak Val Zing." She started. "What of him?" Ansun sneered. "He betrayed us. I'm not sure what happened, but the old man lost it. He knew those killer droids were coming. Instead of warning us, he saved his own hide. Pretty messed up." He looked at Jangad. "Well, I didn't really expect to see you up and around so soon." Jangad shrugged. "I've had a lot of help from." He glanced at Sheikah, who shook her head subtly. "Friends. Friends are good to have," Ansun said. Sheikah Tull's beautiful dark face was calm and impassive. "Will I see you again?" she asked Jangad quietly. "I don't know." Finally, the truth. She rested her head against his chest and pounded it softly with closed fists. "I don't know why I do this to myself," she said in a small voice. "I just have this soft place in my head for you strong, quiet, self-contained types." His arms that could not protect her, enfolded her small, wiry frame. "Don't you mean a soft place in my heart?" he whispered into her hair. She glanced up at him, a hint of mischief lightening her face. "I meant exactly what I said." Then Jangad surprised himself, leaning down to kiss her thoroughly, without any concern for what Ansun or anyone else might see or think. And then he left. As the speeder bike raced on, he looked back at the dwindling, dust-blown figure of Sheikah Tull, intuiting that he would never see her again, but not knowing exactly what that might mean for either of them. 70. By roundabout routes young Ansun brought Jangad back to the new camp. It was set up in an abandoned mine in a tumbled range of hills, completely overgrown and impossible to approach without being seen. He immediately approved of the location, and wished that they had found one as good before their first disaster. Such foresight might have spared some of the Spider clan. After hiding the speeder, they moved through rocky overhangs, mindful of the possibility of spy satellites, and he was led into the cave. His surviving brothers welcomed him, of course. Memory of what had happened just prior to his injury was muzzy, but according to all accounts he had acquitted himself well. Crouching in the rocks at the outskirts of the camp lurked old Thak Val Zing. Where before he seemed merely gray-bearded and a bit tired, now he was elderly. Derelict. Broken, a shadow of the boastful and boisterous man he had been just days before. The other members of Desert Wind avoided him like the plague, and twice he saw men spit into the dust at his feet. In a single unthinking instant, Thak Val Zing had obliterated a lifetime of courage. Honor. Such a fragile thing. Jangad spent hours exploring the new environs, familiarizing himself with the escape routes, and getting caught up on all the logistics. He was briefed on Obi-Wan's JK encounter and the clan's plant's temporary closing. All those losses, and the near death of General Kenobi, and all that had been accomplished was a temporary shutdown. This was 10%. "What have you heard?" he asked Fori. "Word is General Kenobi still hasn't got an uplink. Must be ready to pop." "So, no news on the Clone Wars?" "None. Anything could be happening up there." "Out there." Fori shook his head. "This is about as 10% as it gets." Late that night, a shuttle landed at the western pad, disgorging the two Jedi without fanfare or fuss. Obi-Wan and Kit slipped through the camouflaged cave mouth and were immediately briefed by the clone commandos and brought up to date on all that had happened in their absence. Then the Jedi went off to a small side cave they had taken as their own lodging, and made preparations for sleep. Kit noticed an odd quietude about Obi-Wan, but his companion decided to speak before the Nautolan could inquire into his mood. "I remember her words, Kit." "Whose words?" "My dearest. She warned me that this could turn into a no-win scenario, one where I might well fail to prevent the destruction of an entire, peaceful people." Kit stirred the fire with his stick. Sparks circled up into the air. "Then we mustn't fail. By the thousand tides, there must be a way." "Yes," Obi-Wan said, and managed a smile. "But knowing it, and saying it, is not the same as finding it." 71. Anxious but loath to reveal the extent of his anxiety, Obi-Wan watched as Cestus struggled to repair their damaged equipment. After heroic exertions, the trooper had managed to conceal a message on a tight-beamed commercial fertilizer order from Resta's Kibble Lake farm, but he doubted they would be able to use that particular trick again. The forces arrayed against them were powerful, and clever indeed. The only safe thing to do was assume that no more than a single message could be sent or received in any single route. Cestus' comlink squawked to life. "We have it, sir!" "Luck?" Obi-Wan asked. "Perseverance. I was able to tap into one of the backup circuits. Military equipment has built-in redundancy." "Splendid." Obi-Wan took his position as the communications equipment fired up. Within seconds he received an image of a male Faline tech at a distant relay station. The high-collared, emerald-skinned hologram image raised an eyebrow. "I do not recognize your communications protocols. Automatic authentication has been damaged," he said, and then provided a coded series of words, concluding with, "This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, Jedi Knight, on Republic business. Provide a link and you will be rewarded." "Very well." After 6 minutes of static, Obi-Wan learned that his first choice, Master Yoda, was unavailable, in the field supervising an operation. He made a swift decision, changed his access codes, and Palpatine himself appeared. "Chancellor?" The politician's wise and weathered face creased with pleasure. "Master Kenobi." The Council and I had begun to worry. "There is cause," the Jedi admitted. "Not all has gone well." "Explain, please." Obi-Wan took a deep breath and then proceeded. "Cestus is not an obscure planet producing a dangerous machine. It seems to be at the center of an invisible game board. Count Dooku has infiltrated deeply, focusing unforeseen resources here." "To what end?" The Chancellor's deep, resonant voice was calming. "To the end that my mission was compromised, and that we are forced to hide. We strike at the infrastructure when possible." The Chancellor brooded before answering. "Do you expect this tactic to be successful?" "I do not know. But I request more time to try." The Chancellor shook his head. "We need results, General Kenobi. I intend to assign a supercruiser to assist you." Obi-Wan's heart sped up. "But sir, don't you think?" "I think that a warship positioned in orbit around Cestus would make them a bit more mindful, don't you? But the Confederacy will use it as an excuse to counterattack with their own ships, and claim that they were merely protecting an innocent planet against Republic aggression. Well then, you had better resolve the situation before those ships arrive, hadn't you?" The Chancellor terminated the transmission. Obi-Wan seethed. There it was. First, a ship, and then, before the ships arrive, the Chancellor was sending a not-so-subtle message. If Count Dooku interfered, Palpatine would be happy to humble him. In fact, considering their problem in getting Confederacy forces to expose themselves, Obi-Wan wondered if this entire affair might not have been a feint, a mere drawing thrust, designed specifically to provoke an aggressive response. But no. If he thought that, the very next thought was to wonder if Palpatine was capable of sacrificing all of their lives in exchange for victory. Despite his distrust of politicians, he could not believe this. But if he did, what then? And if he could not resolve this, death could come in any of a dozen ways: slain by friendly fire, by security guards, by military bombardment, or even at the unseen hands of their mysterious adversary. By sunrise the next day it was once again time to organize themselves into a cohesive unit. With Nate's return, Obi-Wan sensed a chance to increase their efficiency. Plus, Obi-Wan sensed that something had happened to the soldier. While he had certainly healed his flesh and bone, even more interesting were the apparent changes in his psyche. "Jangad, where exactly were you?" he asked the prodigal trooper when he first gave his abbreviated report. "I don't know the exact location, sir, and I'd rather not convey that data." A pause followed by a swiftly added, "Unless the general insists, of course." "Are you insisting, sir?" "No," Obi-Wan said, after thinking carefully. "I assume you would relate anything of interest or concern to this operation." "Affirmative, sir," Jangad answered, and returned to cleaning his weapons. That had been almost 20 hours earlier. Now Obi-Wan watched the troopers practicing unarmed combat among themselves, throws and holds in short, chopping blows with the side of the fist. Nothing fancy, but all with professional form and intensity, combined with an adequate knowledge of the interior targets. This was not merely demonstration, although recruits were watching. Nor was it merely exercise, although by the time they were finished all were sopping with sweat. No, he intuited that this was a diagnostic activity, a way for the troopers to assure themselves that every member of their ranks was up to code in every conceivable manner. And he detected something else, as well, a sense of fluidity and grace and motion a little surprising to see from a mass-produced warrior. If he was not mistaken. Yes. There was a hip feint flowing into a heel kick, a storing of elastic energy in the muscles and tendons that bespoke some small amount of more advanced training. In fact, he guessed that he knew exactly where they had obtained such knowledge. "Excuse me," he said when they had finished an intense engagement. "I seem to recognize some elements of Jedi flow drills. Has Master Fisto been instructing you?" They looked both pleased and embarrassed, and Obi-Wan realized they had been showing off for him. "Yes. A little. Just some basics, of course," Fori added hurriedly, as if worried Obi-Wan might be offended. He laughed. "No, please. That's fine. But with your permission, might I join for a few falls?" Sputtering their delight, the troopers spread out as Obi-Wan stepped into the ring and faced off with Jangad. He knew that the man would be strong, quick, and well-trained. The additional flow was a beautiful thing to feel, and Obi-Wan allowed the engagement to continue for several minutes. It was just a game, of course, with the intent to shift and adjust dynamic balance, not merely overwhelm the opponent. What he hadn't anticipated was the clone's capacity for subtlety and improvisation. And his sensitivity to slight changes in pressure and speed was excellent. Obi-Wan tested his theory, playing with the other commandos, one after another. They were skilled and fluid, but Jangad had something else. Emotional empathy. Insight. More of an ability to imagine what his opponent might have been thinking or feeling. It was hard to believe that the man had been wounded only a few days before. Where had he gone? What had he done? Obi-Wan faced Jangad. "Let's take this up a notch." "First fall?" Jangad nodded, setting himself. The two engaged, with Jangad making the first aggressive move. Obi-Wan balanced the incoming force with a finely judged sidestep and pivot. When the dust cleared, the captain was on the ground, neatly confined in a Juzzian arm lock, nerve pincered at wrist and elbow. Obi-Wan stood with one foot on Jangatat's shoulder, twisting and stimulating the nerves until Jangatat slapped the ground in surrender. He thanked them for the exercise, and had turned to walk away when the trooper hailed him. "Master Kenobi!" Obi-Wan stopped and waited for the soldier to catch up with him. "Yes?" He was about to say something, but then withheld it at the last moment. "We are greatly inferior to you." That wasn't what he had been about to say. Nonetheless, Obi-Wan responded to it. The last minutes of combat had taught him valuable things about the ARC trooper, all of them positive. "No! No! You are courageous, coordinated, tenacious, qualities anyone would admire." He smiled. "Qualities I admire." Obi-Wan sighed in exasperation. Something had awakened within the ARC trooper. Where ordinarily Obi-Wan would have celebrated that awakening of individual spirit, however, if the trooper sensed that Obi-Wan might be an ally in finding his individual truth, that revelation could hardly have been more inopportune than it was now. In another week they might all be dead. Still, it made no sense not to do what he could to comfort a troubled soul. Finally, he asked the question he had long thought, and knew the official answer to, but had never dwelled upon. "I know that troopers are obedient to a fault. But in your heart, do you ever question orders?" Jangatat's shoulders squared so swiftly that the posture could only have been a programmed response. "Soldiers do not question. Soldiers obey." He paused, and Obi-Wan had the sense that the trooper's mask had been dropped. This was a different man from the one who had originally taken ship with them. "Don't they?" There was a question behind the question. And another behind that one as well. Obi-Wan walked for a few minutes, secure in the knowledge that Jangatat would follow. He found a small clearing and sat on a rock, inviting the trooper to sit beside him. "Many volunteer for the military life. Others are conscripted for a time, then after the alarm bells have died away return to their farms or families. But what of a man born for war, trained for war?" "I can sense your ambivalence, Jangatat. There are answers you would like to have. Considering how carefully your mind has been shaped, I'm impressed that you can even formulate your queries." Obi-Wan sighed and scratched at one of the abrasions won during his recent struggle with the JK. "You cannot be free. You were born to fight in other men's wars with no hope of gain or glory." He closed his mouth, certain that he had said too much. Obi-Wan had never commented on this matter of clones and freeborn people. It was not his affair. Perhaps even now Jangatat regretted his inquiry. Surprisingly, Jangatat was not put off by Obi-Wan's words or tones. "What about feelings?" he asked. "The Jedi are the best fighters I've ever seen. But you've got feelings." Obi-Wan chuckled. "If not, we wouldn't strive to keep them under control." Obi-Wan feared that he, like so many others, assumed that every trooper had his place, an infinite array of identical laser cannon fodder regressing like a hall of mirrors until it not only filled but defined the horizon. But Jangatat put the lie to that assumption. "Do you have a home?" he asked, almost shyly. "The Jedi Temple is my home. And has been since childhood." "And you chose to become a Jedi?" "Yes. I was raised from infancy within the temple's walls. There was certainly a moment when I made a formal decision to become a Jedi Knight, but in fact my feet were placed on that path before I could walk." "Weren't you too young to make a decision like that?" Obi-Wan considered the question carefully. Was there any way that the boy he had been could have known what his present life would be? All of the dangers, the travails? Or the wonders? What would that boy have thought had he known? He answered with deliberation. If I had made that choice with my head, perhaps. Your heart? But truth is that we sense the Force with our whole bodies. Every part of me knew that this would be my destiny. I knew I would not have the joys and comforts accorded normal folk. Even at that early age, I accepted that fact. Obi-Wan reached a hand out to the clone, clasped his shoulder. I made that choice. That choice was made for me, Jangad said. So they were on opposite sides of a divide. One a man who had forsaken all the normal trappings of life for an existence of service and adventure. The other, a replaceable cog in a faceless army, chosen before birth, poured into a mold that he was uniquely suited to fill. Had Obi-Wan made the choice, or had his midichlorians? In the final analysis, had either he or Jangad had any real choice at all? Did anyone? 72. Shadows arced in silent pantomime against the cave wall, fueled by a roaring scrapwood fire. As Obi-Wan scanned the assembled members of Desert Wind, he thought that all over the galaxy, throughout all ages past, courageous beings of 1,000 breeds had held conclave in such caves, before such fires, for similar reasons. We faced tremendous obstacles, he began. But we done all right, Bresta said. It's true. And at a cost. And the cost is rising. We cannot afford it. How did this happen? Ansun brushed his long blonde hair back from his forehead, exposing a crescent moon of a scar. We've worked so hard. Obi-Wan was troubled to hear the pain in that young voice. It's true, he replied. And the fault is not in you. You have given your blood and sweat to us in full measure. We've failed you. Kit Fisto stared into the embers impassively. Obi-Wan wished he could guess what his friend was thinking. The men and women, perhaps thinking that the Jedi was preparing to leave them, protested vocally. No, Ansun said. Without you we would never have struck so hard and deep. This hasn't been for nothing. No, Kit Fisto said. It has not. But we have been thwarted at every turn, and we believe that there are additional factors of which we are unaware. What factors? Resta growled. Information has reached the government, gathered either through spies or devices, or traitors, or... And here his voice trailed off as he sank deeper into his thoughts. Or what? Or someone who is both knowledgeable and ruthless. Someone who is able to... His voice trailed off again. The spark of an intuitive flash stirred in his mind. That flash had first arisen during a deep meditation early that morning, while the rest of the camp was asleep. During his trance, he had sensed that there was a connection. During his stay on Cestus, he had brushed auras with someone, or something, that had become a vital factor in this whole situation. But he had been behind the curve continuously since he had arrived. Everything had been perfect, and yet... He shook himself out of his self-induced trance and continued. Everything that has happened has thrown our plans out of sequence, and as a result we are fairly certain that Supreme Chancellor Palpatine will soon have a supercruiser here to threaten Duris. If the situation has not progressed by that time, there is a very real possibility that they will begin a bombardment that leads to total war. He paused to give time for his words to sink in. If that happens, everyone loses. What can we do? Scott Ansun asked. I have an idea, the Jedi replied, that might end this conflict without another shot fired, and without crashing the entire economy. It's dangerous, but it just might work. 73. In the days since Physic had joined his sister Trillet's organization, advancement had been rapid. It seemed that the gangster trusted nothing so much as blood relations. Physic found himself carrying out missions of greater and greater importance, but never allowed himself to forget how quickly his shift in fortunes could change. So when Physic was sent east to the Janto's trading post to meet with the Jedi, he was understandably anxious. "So," Physic said, "what do you want?" His nerves twitched in this place. If his sister had wished him assassinated, the mission profile might have looked very similar. "I seek to make a purchase," Obi-Wan said. "And what precisely is it that you desire?" "A Class 6 Bactod radiation suit." "And to what use would you put such a suit?" "That is my affair." Physic peered into the bearded Jedi's blue eyes, wishing he were better at reading human facial expressions. This was a dangerous piece of information to carry. He knew that the Jedi were causing chaos in the industrial complexes, and anyone who aided or abetted sabotage could be executed. A radiation suit. Had he once heard rumor of a control system protected by a reactor? Possibly, but one never knew how trustworthy such rumors were. What was this Jedi up to? But Physic kept his thoughts to himself, stood, and bowed. His was not to reason why. His was merely to serve his sister until he found a more desirable berth. Which, considering the deteriorating conditions hereabout, might not be found on Cestus at all. "And you trust this Trillet?" Kit asked after Obi-Wan returned. "She's given me everything I asked." "Spoken truthfully in every way I can check. Our sources on Coruscant trust her." He sighed. "I notice you don't say that you trust her," Kit observed. "I have a plan," Obi-Wan said. "And it needs Trillet. And I am willing to take the risk." Trillet once spoke of a hidden control station, protected by a radiation field. "It would be very expensive to obtain protection, but if I had it, I could enter the Cestus reactor complex and shut down Klan's entire production line without causing extreme damage to the infrastructure. I think that might do it." "And then, sir?" Fori asked. "We could call off the bombardment and negotiate." "But how much money have we raised from our raids?" Anson asked. "Wasn't it supposed to be a survivors' fund?" "If this doesn't work, there won't be enough survivors left to divide a credit," he said. "Our priorities have changed." The worst part was the waiting. For a signal from Trillet. For a signal from the fleet. From the outlying farms, vulnerable to reprisals from the Cestian security forces. Waiting was always bad, but Obi-Wan used some of that time to spar with Jangad. The trooper seemed to have an insatiable appetite for Jedi combat, and as long as he remembered the Ark's limitations, Obi-Wan was inclined to share a bit more knowledge with him. With Obi-Wan's permission, Jangad demonstrated his understanding of the Jedi flow drills until he was sopping with sweat. "Well?" Jangad said, and then added, "General?" Obi-Wan tilted his head sideways, realizing that they had somehow wandered into a very odd relationship. "You're doing well. Remember, when you find a knot of tension in your body, don't power through it. Relax, let it melt. Breathe into it. Your flesh remembers every pain, emotional or physical, you have ever suffered," Obi-Wan said. "It is trying to protect you." Pain and fear compete with skill and awareness. General Fisto said that thoughts and fears are like boulders, and the Force is the river rushing between them. Most people grow so clogged with pains and regrets that the water can no longer flow from the mountain to the sea. Obi-Wan laughed. "Very good. Much of Jedi training is designed to remove those obstructions. But General Fisto warned that I could never learn to be as good as a Jedi," Jangad said. Obi-Wan's voice was gentle. "The joy in life comes not from surpassing another's gifts, but in fully manifesting our own." Jangad weighed those words, then apparently decided that practice was better than analysis and spent another grueling hour wrenching his body into exotic shapes and surges, finding the deep wells of fear, and resentment, and loneliness locked in his muscles, releasing them. 1 meter, one moment at a time, Jangad was finding his way to the sea. 74. Admiral Arikakan Baraka was in a foul mood. He had been forced to take part in the clone training exercise, and now he followed orders that were taking him far afield from the separatist hunt, bringing the Nexus to a planet called Cestus. By the time he finished threatening this rim world, the rest of the fleet would have already engaged in some major battle, and the glory would belong to others. This was no way to gain promotion, or the approval of his ancestors, which he craved even more. Nonetheless, Baraka monitored the navigation routes, commanded his men, ran drills on all critical systems, and prepared to do his job. He would grind these sessions to dust, then head back for the major battle sure to take place somewhere in the Borlia's Drift. Only one thing stood between him and glory. And soon, there would be nothing at all. The speeder bikes purred to Obi-Wan's touch, ready for the last leg of this adventure. Kit addressed the clone commandos as he finished packing his bags. "Suspend all operations," the Nautolan said. "There must be no chance that any of you fall into enemy hands. Your bodies would be incontrovertible evidence against the Republic, paraded to the 1,000 worlds as evidence of Palpatine's treachery. Unless you hear directly from us, if we do not return, try beaming another message through Resta's farm. Signal Admiral Baraka to pick you up. Unless you receive a direct order, do not leave this camp. Is that understood?" The troopers glanced at each other uneasily. "Isn't it possible that we could launch a rescue if you run into trouble, General Kenobi?" Obi-Wan managed a confident nod. "Do not leave this camp except under direct orders, am I clear?" The troopers nodded, and the Jedi headed out into a strong headwind. The sandstorm continued to build as they traveled north toward Chikatlik. At times Obi-Wan looked behind him and couldn't see Kit's speeder. He had to trust that his companion was there. Just as he could see no sure solution to the situation at hand, but needed to have faith that such an answer did, indeed, exist. "We have the credits you requested. Where is our suit?" It had taken an entire day to make their way back into Chikatlik, and Obi-Wan's nerves were badly frayed. This was an unforeseen additional complication. Trillet tittered. "There is nothing on this planet more highly protected than those suits. My nest is raided periodically. If it was found here, no legal defense or explanation would suffice." Plausible enough, but... Obi-Wan noted her discomfort, and suddenly he sensed danger around him. "Well then, where is it? What was wrong?" All the words were right, and yet... "Follow me to my personal turbolift," Trillet said. "I will take you to the dock myself." "Where are the credits?" "Half now," Kit said, laying a satchel on the table before him. His dark, unblinking eyes never left their hostess. "And half after we have our suit. Fair?" "Of course," Trillet replied. Obi-Wan and Kit followed Trillet to the lift platform. They entered and the door closed behind them. As they descended, Kit turned to Trillet, his huge dark eyes reflecting the dim light. "I have heard of you, and am glad for this opportunity to meet. If there is difficulty, I promise you will never meet again." "I think we will have no further business," was the gangster's pious reply. When the lift stopped, they were in a freighter-sized hive cavern beneath the main city. As far as the eye could see, thousands upon thousands of deserted hive cubicles stretched around the walls. Obi-Wan smelled water, a subterranean lake, perhaps a river. The dock was surrounded with stacks of unopened crates. A hive converted to a smuggler's lair, Obi-Wan thought. Smuggling goods through subterranean rivers? Ingenious. But be cautious, Obi-Wan said as they stepped out. An unneeded warning, Kit replied. A third voice entered the conversation. And a belated one. Instantly, a shimmering circle of light sizzled the air around Obi-Wan. He recognized it instantly, a Zython force shield. A snare. A new security device created by Cestus Cybernetics. It absorbs and returns all energy. Feel free to use your lightsaber. Obi-Wan knew that last voice. Suddenly, and with shocking clarity, all that had happened in the last days made terrible, and possibly terminal, sense. Asajj Ventress, he said. She appeared out of the shadows, but it was not shadows alone that had protected her. In each hand she held a glowing red lightsaber with a curved handle. A dozen young X-Ting emerged from the boxes around her. Males barely out of their adolescence, judging by the light rings of fur around their necks. They swaggered and postured, but they were callow. You have perfected the Quitek meditations, Adept, he said. You can shield your force. From fools, yes, she said and smiled. Go ahead, use your lightsabers. The field will draw power from them. And those? Trillet crept around the edge of the energy field. She seemed like a Vex caught between two reeks. They are loyal to the Hive, she said. She has no love for you, Trillet, Obi-Wan said. And even less for you, I think, the gangster tittered. Ventress turned to the gangster. You may leave now, Trillet. Your protocol droid will translate my orders to the X-Ting. Trillet went back up the turbolift as swiftly as it would move her. Ventress smiled. I knew in the end I would defeat you. You call this a fair fight? The acid in Obi-Wan's voice did nothing to mask the lethal fury building within him. Now he understood all the death, all the critical failures since his arrival on Cestus. All attempts to bring this matter to a peaceful conclusion had been thwarted by this bald-pated witch, and the confusion he had felt until this moment was wiped away completely. No, she said calmly. I call it victory. Commander Baraka's supercruiser emerged from hyperspace and moved into position over Cestus. A swift scan revealed no defenses capable of resisting a ship of the Nexus class, so he approached without haste, taking this opportunity to put his crew through a series of attack drills. Until 10 hours passed, or they received a coded message, there was little to be done. Cestus lay before them, a world of wealth without warriors to protect it. They now needed only a message from the surface, or one from the Supreme Chancellor. It was just a matter of time. When the cruiser entered the system, alarm ripped through Chikatlik like a whirlwind. Everyone knew someone who had heard the rumor that the city was to be destroyed. Thousands left the city in the first 3 hours, a stream of refugees that clotted the skylanes and roadways. Gmai Duras went on the air, promising her citizens that the vessel was only there to protect the Republic's interests. Since Cestus was a friend of the Republic, how could anyone think harm would come to them? The fact that this broadcast was also sent to every major star system along the rim missed no one. Quietly, leaders of the 5 families made excuses and slipped away to their private haven beneath Kibble Lake. To most Cestians, it seemed their planet was trapped between the Republic and the Confederacy, and they hoped to ride it out, survival temporarily transformed into a more urgent motivation than profit. To the 5 families, a game was being played out that could end with their power broken, or raised to the highest levels. Palpatine might win. Count Dooku might win. No matter which, they intended to survive. True, a storm had been unleashed upon Cestus, but as long as they survived, Confederacy contracts might yet be honored. After all, the entire galaxy was watching, and this would be a perfect time for Count Dooku to provide an objective example of the advantages to be found in trading the Separatists. There were other factors, of course, factors discussed only among the families, or by those who had reviewed very private evaluations distributed solely to the top families. But those factors, and their implications, would be meaningless if they did not survive the next few days. This will end in, perhaps, 20 hours. Ventress glanced at the two Jedi, still trapped within the energy shield. I regret that I will not have the opportunity to match lightsabers with you again, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Count Dooku wants you alive, she said, prowling at the edge of the shield. So intense was her hunger that the tips of her twin sabers trembled. But mightn't he forgive me if I simply slew you in single combat? Please. Obi-Wan locked eyes with her. Try me. I'd rather that honor be mine, Kit said. Oh, she breathed. Oh, yes, you and I. It will happen, Obi-Wan Kenobi. But I must remember that the operation is more important than my individual satisfaction or advancement. Surely you can understand this. She looked up at the craggy ceiling above him. The Supreme Chancellor will humble Cestus as an example to other breakaway planets. The fate of this one small planet will push hundreds of star systems into the Confederacy's arms. Mission accomplished. What of the biodroids? Don't you want them? She smiled. It would be good, but volume production will require cloning, and our efforts to clone the dashed tissue will require another year, at least. For the time being, that is a dead end. A bluff. She smiled and came closer, so close that her face almost touched the wall of shimmering energy. Those beacons you planted in clans. Very nice. You could not enter the actual plant, so you triangulated 3 external signals. A good plan. But one easily countered. What a shame that the coordinates have been recalibrated, she said. What are you talking about? Obi-Wan said, fearing that he understood her meaning precisely. You plan to destroy the filtration and power plants with minimal loss of life, she said. I'm afraid that won't do. Our plans require a more dramatic event. What have you done? He whispered. No, better you should ask what is it you have done, she said. And why would you have a cruiser deliberately strike a cave fault, destroying the entire industrial complex and its millions? Yes, I think that a slaughter like that will polarize the galaxy, don't you? His head spun. And Count Dooku had no way of cloning or mass-producing dashed tissue for at least a year? Then your droid order was a sham? Intended to frighten Palpatine and your precious Jedi Council into an overreaction. I would say our plan worked, wouldn't you? Her laughter was as warm as dry ice. The resulting slaughter will tip the galaxy in our favor. Then once we do clone the tissues, who needs Cestus? You're a monster, Kit said, voice calm as a dead sea. At that moment the vast energies within Obi-Wan swirled and stilled. As hopeless as the situation seemed, he believed to his core that this was not over. Somewhere, Ventress had made a mistake. And when that single mistake manifested, he would be ready to take advantage. 75. Still under direct order, the 4 surviving clone troopers remained confined to base. They were fully aware of the forces struggling around them, and also of the nightmare about to descend on Ord Cestus. Jangatat's mind swam with visions and possibilities. He more than anyone knew the Arc mission mandate. It was engraved on his brain like his own number. Stop the production of JKs. Preserve the social order. Preserve the order? But the order was corrupt. The 5 families were willing to murder countless civilians to make a profit. If that was not the very definition of betrayal, what was? Even worse, Only a fool couldn't see that they had already allied themselves with the Separatists, and the Jedi were no fools, that much was certain. They, then, were caught in events controlled by their programming. Just like a clone, he thought. The Nexa hovered in orbit above them. Any minute now a message might come from General Kenobi to begin bombing. If not, within a few hours the ship would take out the beacon-marked targets without additional authorization. These people were going to die. Ordinary citizens with roots couldn't just throw their homes in a rucksack and ship off when danger came. They railed against the darkness, they fought on for their loved ones, they prayed in silence. The troopers waited, but the longed-for communication with the generals did not come. Dead? Captured? Time was running out. In a few hours the bombardment would begin, and that was all to the good, wasn't it? Jangad stalked the camp's perimeters, chewing on a nerve stick while acid boiled his gut. Something is wrong. When he circled back around to the others, Seifer was talking. What do we do now? Fori shrugged. If he doesn't come back, it didn't work. Then the bombardment begins, we call in transport, and we go home. Nothing to do but wait. Jangad wandered away, mind racing, hoping against hope that their Jedi commanders would call in, that the word would come that the line was shut down without the vast damage of an orbiting strike. He was a bit surprised when old Thak Val Zing and the ex-Steeing woman Resta approached him. Val Zing had seemed broken, but now there was something alive and almost aflame about him. I know things, he said. Please. Listen to me. Jangad, remembering what he had learned in the cave, opened his senses. He saw the man's wounds as well as his strength. He believed that this miserable wretch deserved, one chance to redeem himself. We are more than our actions. More than our deeds or programming. What is it? He asked. No one talked to Resta. No one talked to Thak Val Zing, she said. So we two talk. Talk about the old days. What Gramps say about the prisons, how Resta's hive forced to dig in them. I remember things about them. She tapped her finger against her temple. I know things about Secutive Resort. She snorted. You know, the one they rip away power away to build? The one that killed my man? The ex-Steeing leaned closer, her thick red eyebrows arched and erect. I look at pewter map. Our computers? Thak Val Zing nodded. The old man's eyes were piercingly hot. Same routing map you used to get through the tunnels, when the Jedi put on their little show, remember, Starboy? Jangad agreed that he did, still not seeing the point. That program charts energy usage, utility bills, all kinds of real-time routing information on the major systems. Val Zing's voice hushed to an excited whisper. And we saw something. Oh, brother, did I ever see something. In last 5 hours since big ship pull into orbit, resort light glow. Resta leaned forward, so excited she could barely contain herself. That where 5 families hide. I want to discuss a possibility with you, Jangad said to his brothers. He struggled to conceal his excitement. Possibility? Seifer asked. What kind of possibility? The families may have made a critical mistake. If this intel is good, for the first time we know where they are. They've powered up their resort facility, which we believe to be a shelter. Considering the present emergency, I'd say there's a high level of confidence that they'll be there. If we grab them, we can force them to make a deal. If they capitulate, we can end this and stop the bombing. For a long moment no one spoke. Surdy was the first to break the silence, and was shocked. But you'd be countermanding direct orders. Jangad slammed his fist on the table. We could win the day. Brother, Seifer said, under the Kamino Accords I am compelled to warn you that your suggestion is not to code. Fori glared. You don't do this, he said. Besides, he gave an ugly laugh. The old man's a coward. Probably a liar, too. Against code? Seifer's accusation struck Jangad like a physical blow, but he didn't allow himself to cower. Even the idea filled him with physical nausea. No clone had ever broken code or disobeyed an instruction of any kind. He felt an energy wall slam down in his mind, and his every muscle trembled as he even contemplated the forbidden. I believe him, he said, and had to grit his teeth for a moment to stop them from clattering. Ask yourselves, if you'd lost your honor, wouldn't you do anything to regain it? Wouldn't you want someone to give you that chance? He knew that he had scored with that one. A clone commando had nothing if not his reputation. Seifer flinched in sympathetic pain at the very concept. And yet at the same moment that he mentioned such a thing, he realized that he had drawn a line between himself and the others. There was something different about him, and they could feel it, but had yet to comment. By mentioning the unmentionable, however, he had given a focus to their instincts. He was no longer completely one of them. He was something else, and his brothers were on guard. It is not code, Jangad, Seifer said, and stared at him. He knew he could take it no farther. Jangad returned to his bedroll. He knew what he contemplated, and why. He knew it was forbidden, but he believed with everything inside him, that if the generals knew what he knew, they would approve of his actions. And yet, he would be breaking code. His chest muscles constricted, and he felt a cold sweat dampen his armpits. What was right? What was truly code? Was it the letter, or was it doing what he believed his commanders would do if they had his information? Jangad wrestled with that for hours before he made up his mind and slipped out of his bedroll. He had almost made it back out to the open when Fori caught up with him. Where are you going? You know I have to do this, Jangad said. Fori nodded. And you know I can't let you. Then stop me if you can, Jangad replied. All things being equal, Jangad and Fori should have been roughly equivalent fighters. But things were no longer equal. Jangad was fighting for everything Fori fought for, plus just a little bit more. Shika. To note. Mithail. Tarl. The guides. It's not what a man fights with. It's what he fights for. The two moved toward each other, paused for an instant just as they reached critical distance, judging. In the next instant there followed an eye-baffling flurry of punches and kicks. Fori was stronger and faster. But it didn't make a difference. Jangad saw more clearly now, more than he ever had in his life, as if the entire moment were frozen in invisible ice. He saw Fori's patterned responses, the programmed blows and chops. Jangad felt outside this somehow, watching the motion without being involved in it. Fori might as well have sat down and detailed his every intended motion in advance. Moving slowly, with greater calm than he had ever experienced in combat, Jangad simply slid between Fori's movements. As he strove to keep the balance between them, he contracted his stance, and Jangad's natural flinch response moved his elbow into perfect position to clip his brother's jaw. Fori slid to the ground, and was still. Jangad stood there for a moment, shocked. Was that what it felt like to be a Jedi? Was that even a fraction of how it felt? Or was this just how it felt to be free? He didn't know what door had been opened in his head, what training and love had done for him. He felt a deep excitement. He might be heading into death, but he was more alive than he had ever been, than any of his kind had ever been. he would succeed. There was no other option. He met with Thak Valzing and Resta by the speeder bikes. It took them only a few minutes to sabotage the other speeders. It would take his brothers an hour to fix them, by which time he would be long gone. For 50 minutes they rode to the northwest. The air riffled his hair, and the new sun flared to his left as dawn breached the darkness. He enjoyed the solitude, the sense of being beyond it all. Of knowing, for the first time in his life, that he had chosen his fate. A new, precious day. Perhaps his last. He grinned ferociously. Best not waste a moment of it. 15 kilometers north of Resta's farm, a lava tube gaped in the middle of a mud plain. That is where they entered, carrying with them knapsacks filled with ordnance. For 90 minutes they crawled through darkness, bruising and slicing their knees on the glassy surface. Thak Valzing led the way, and from time to time he called back to them. The prison was to the east now, and we're in one of the escape tunnels. He laughed with self-mockery. Escape tunnels? What a joke! The whole planet was a prison. There was nowhere to escape to. But the central computers say that the 5-family resort was built in one of the wings of the old prison after it was abandoned. They reached a larger section, crawling out into a cave tall enough for them to stand. More than tall enough, this was part of an old mine, with smaller shafts twisting off in all directions. This is as far as I know, the old man said. This is where my grandfather escaped. Cestus Penitentiary's deepest pits were now bunkers for the 5 families. A savage irony, that. Let's go, Resta said, and tried to shoulder her way ahead. Jangad stood in her path. You must live, he said. Got nothing live for. Lost mate. Lost farm. Jangad shook his head. What happened here, to your people, shouldn't have happened. What you have done here will not go unnoticed. When this is over, file a report using the phrase A98 TAC Code 12. He held her eyes. That means that you performed extraordinary service for me during official business. You are a friend of the Republic, and the Republic looks after its own. She glared at him, unwilling to believe. To trust that there was any way for her save revenge and death. No. Go with you. Someone must sing your hive song, Jangad said. Find a new mate. Make strong children. Never stop fighting. She was so astonished that she didn't react when Jangad spun her and placed her in a sleeper hold. Resta struggled to free herself, and she was strong, stronger than most human males. But he had the right angle and position. No matter how she struggled, he hung on. She ran him back against the wall, but he hung on. 100 different alien physiologies flashed through his mind, then he remembered the Geonosians. They were also insectal, and air strangles were considered worthless. But there were nerve clusters. There, at the base of the skull. He disengaged one of his arms and leaned in with his elbow, pressing from both sides, gambling everything. Impact could prove fatal, but pressure alone. Resta went limp and rolled over, unconscious. Jangad stared down at her, panting. What a fighter! What had it taken to sap the will of these people? What are their men like? He whispered to Thak Valzing. You don't want to know, Valzing replied. Jangad took a few moments to calm himself. Then Thak Valzing pointed out the last tunnel, and together they descended into darkness. 76. Another hour's crawling brought him to the wall of the outer chamber. A swift scan revealed that the wall was only 1 centimeter durasteel, and Jangad knew that he could handle it. The armor-piercing mines were designed for use against battle droids, but they would work here as well. Pulling out 2 of the round, flat discs, Jangad attached them to the wall with their adhesive bands and set the timer. He and Thak Valzing had barely had time to retreat back around the bend when the sharply focused blast detonated with a clap that knocked both men onto their backs. Dazed, Jangad grabbed his rifle and rushed into the next room as red and yellow lights flashed warning. Through the smoke he glimpsed a bank of communications equipment and stacks of food supplies. He swiveled in time to glimpse a human and a Runian rushing into a dome-shaped durasteel bunker, slamming the door. He got there too late, banging against the door with the butt of his rifle. The door was at least 5 centimeters thick. Nothing in his sack would get them through that. The shelter hummed, vibrated, then settled down as the doors sealed shut. "What now, Starboy?" Thak Valzing asked, coming up behind him. "Let's check the room out," Jangad said. "There might be something." The room was an atrium, a hothouse designed to fit in with the rest of the shelter. It was as dense as a rainforest, unlike any terrain Jangad had seen on Cestus. They moved through it slowly, watching for any movement. He turned to see the Jedi killer coming for them. He did not think, he acted. He remembered the JKs all too well. Their speed, power, and versatility were beyond intimidating. There was no time to think, little even to move. He managed to step backward as its tentacles reached for him, and barely heard Thak Valzing scream, "Look out!" as the floor beneath him rippled. A disguised tentacle, reaching, changing colors for camouflage as it did. Amazing. One of the tentacles touched him, and he felt the shock for but an instant as he leapt back. One instant was long enough to send the hair exploding away from his scalp, but he was able to trigger a rifle blast at close range, severing the tentacle. Thak Valzing was firing from the side, but the energy bolts glanced harmlessly off the JK's golden casing. Valzing scrambled back screaming, just in time to avoid another tentacle. Jangad threw himself to the rear, firing as he did, riding it out and rolling backward, coming to his feet in a single smooth motion, turning in the same motion, switching his rifle to maximal energy pulses. Too fast. The JK was a marvel, zigging this way and that, its narrow treads blurring far too quickly to track. 3 shots, 4. The rifle's barrel pulsed white as its blasts furrowed walls and floor, always missing the skittering machine. The rifle's power core was overheating, about to shut down. Jangad gave ground, leaping back the way they had come. Thak Valzing was already crouching there in the shadows, trembling and silent. The JK moved a meter toward them, then stopped and floated backward. Clearly, it wasn't going to be lured out of position. "We can't stop it," Thak Valzing said, shaking. Jangad grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him hard. "Get yourself together, man! Thousands will die if that cruiser fires." But whatever emotional bones Thak Valzing had fractured back in the caves were still unable to carry the weight of his fear. Thak Valzing retreated. Jangad cursed and made a decision. Perhaps he couldn't stop the thing with gun blasts. Let's see what bringing down the ceiling on it will do. He jumped through the hole, rolling and blasting at the ceiling as he did. Chunks of rock fell massively, glancing off the Duracrete shelter dome and burying the JK, almost killing Jangad at the same time. He lay gasping, legs shattered, as the rock began to roll away and the JK emerged. "Thak Valzing!" he screamed as the thing came toward him. "Blast you, Valzing! Coward!" His frustration was complete, as was his failure. The JK pulled him close, until he was almost touching it. It shone a beam of light into his eyes, perhaps attempting to match a retinal scan to its data bank. Then, unable to identify, it sent a jolt out along its tentacles. Jangad fell onto his side. Crackling blue flames danced up and down his body. He could see them, feel them, hear them. What he couldn't do was move. At all. Thak Val Zing! Coward! The former leader of Desert Wind was beyond fear, beyond shame. There are moments that define a human being, and once those moments occur, it is impossible to undo them. But sometimes, one could create a new fate. Val Zing peeled the adhesive off the mounting strip and slapped one of the armor-piercing mines to his chest. He had observed Jangad and was familiar enough with explosives to figure out the directions. He entered the shelter and went straight at the droid. Its arms grabbed him so swiftly that he barely had time to trigger the timer. The JK hesitated for a moment, as if trying to figure out why Thak Val Zing hadn't attempted to escape. Come on! A little closer, it drew him in, to within a meter, and a tentacle rose to face level and flashed a light in his eyes. Now, he thought. Let it be now. Thak Val Zing heard a last sound. Ding. Light flared, dwindled swiftly to black, and then there was nothing at all. The detonation sent a wave of energy through the room, jolting Jangatat's nervous system. The little blue crackles rippling over his body died out, shaking him out of paralysis. Groggily, he checked his leg, broken, punctuated with shrapnel. A few bits of cloth told him what had happened to his companion. So. No coward after all, Thak Val Zing. The JK was spattered with blood and dust, sooty, but began to right itself, its case undented. The thing was indestructible. A mixed curse, its case had shielded him from the blast. Jangad groaned. It was over. There was no hope after all. But then the JK began to thrash about. As Jangad watched in stunned amazement, it pushed itself upright, then fell over, then spun in a circle, stood, and shook, making an ear-grating keening sound. And suddenly Jangad guessed the truth. What a great joke. The best ever. He could only hope that he could tell it to someone, that his companions might one day laugh at the big freaking joke the whole business on Cestus had become. Jangad laughed hysterically as he took a painful glance over at the bunker door. Nothing. The 5 family executives were sealed safely inside. No one is safe, he snarled. Time for a little lesson. Would this be right? Wrong? These people had sentenced an entire planet to death, and there was no one to stop them. The JK ignored him, running back and forth and then banging itself into a corner, shuddering and bumping back and forth. Jangad thought that was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. He managed to drag himself over to the shelter door, wedging it shut with the blaster rifle. There. The weapon was good for something after all. Now he couldn't get in, but neither could they escape. Pain fogged his mind. What were the coordinates? He couldn't remember. What a joke. What an enormous joke. Then he remembered why the coordinates were him. He was the coordinate. He fished for his comm link and pulled it out, smashed and useless. Then he began laughing at himself again. This was a fully stocked shelter, from which the 5 families had evidently thought to ride out any revolt or attack. Their own communications gear would work just fine. On board the Nexu, the communications tech, a veteran named CT9/85, detected a signal. Sir, he said to the officer in charge. We have an ARC targeting code coming in over the radio, priority frequency. Commander Baraka crossed to the comm station, face suddenly intent. And the message? To change initial bombardment coordinates to somewhere a little east of Kibble Lake. Then to stand by for further instructions. Does this look legitimate? 100%. Troopers calling the load in right on top of himself. Can't get more serious than that. Baraka snorted his discomfort. What kind of brainless machines were these creatures? What is that location? We show it as a blip on the power grid. Might be some kind of secret base. Then let's get on with it, Baraka said, and gave the order. Jangad lay half across one of the chairs in the atrium, his shattered legs splaying out to the side. He busied himself with another message for 10 minutes, and hit the transmission button just seconds before the bunker began to hum and shake. The entire time Jangad waited, he was surprised to find himself humming a tune. 1, Chitlik's basking in the sun. 2, Chitlik keist in the stew. 3, leave a little bit for me. What was the name of that tune? When had he learned it? Oh yes, he remembered that he had heard Tarl and Midhale and sweet little Tenot singing it in the Zante hills. He hoped they would be safe. The next explosion was shattering, and very close. From water we're born, in fire we die, he whispered. We seed the stars. 77. Moments after the Nexa released the full fury of her primary energy weapons, the dome above the mysterious target had become a flame-scarred concavity. The groundquake fault that should have destroyed clans instead sent a minor tremor throughout the Kibble Plateau. There were no fatalities and few injuries, although the shock was measured as far south as Barrens. In clans a few walls cracked and alarms sounded citywide. To the north, toward Chikatlik, there was another, more immediate effect. The underground lake surface reflected flashes of red and yellow lightning as the energy field confining Obi-Wan and Kit Fisto lessened for an instant. Kit felt pain and fire as he lunged through, his lightsaber absorbing enough of the energy to keep the shield from frying him. It snapped back on swiftly enough to singe Kit's left heel as the Nautilin jumped free. The protocol droid barked an order, and all of Ventress's allies laid their weapons down. Surely they're not surrendering, Kit said. Ventress laughed. By no means. I told them they don't stand a chance against you with blasters. And now, she said, defend yourselves, Jedi. The young Exting thugs moved in. Obi-Wan groaned. He couldn't simply cut them down. Young and foolish, they believed they were acting for the good of the hive. I know what you're thinking, Ventress grinned. You wish you could talk to them. A pity you don't speak Exting. Obi-Wan? Kit asked. Well, we can't just slaughter them. No. Kit seemed to want to ask. They're hardly innocent. The Nautilin radiated urgency, the pull of Form I strong as he prepared for battle. Ventress was the key. They had to stop her. And if these idiots put themselves between them and Dooku's minion, the woman who might be the salvation of millions, that was their misfortune. But it would be a massacre. Obi-Wan searched his conscience and made a hard decision. We must do this without our lightsabers. Kit seemed to struggle with the idea, and then finally sighed. A bit of exercise then, he said, and reluctantly extinguished his blade. Obi-Wan dampened his as well, and as if on cue, Ventress's foolish young Exting allies attacked from every angle. Obi-Wan leaned away from the swipe of a durasteel crowbar, the edge of his foot cracking the Exting's knee as he did. A second youth jumped on him from behind. Obi-Wan gripped a primary right hand, a secondary left hand, and torqued, the Exting corkscrewed through the air and shattered a pile of boxes. Kit Fisto snarled, surrendering to the pull of Form I's unarmed techniques. His attack was absolute fluidity, one motion flowing into the next without a wasted effort. Heads cracked, limbs twisted against their joints, and Exting flipped howling into the lake. Ventress stood back, her eyes watching, and Obi-Wan knew she was waiting, learning about her opponents. The cavern was awash with whirling bodies. These were lackeys, and Ventress would sacrifice every one of them to learn what she wished to know. She knew the Jedi wouldn't just cut them down. She was watching, and studying, and saving the moment for herself. The Jedi's unarmed tactics would reveal their lightsaber technique. There was nothing they could do to prevent it. Obi-Wan's opponents had enthusiasm, but little technique. The Force blossomed within him, and time perception distended, slowing reality to a crawl. He had all the time he needed to slide out of the way of the blows, retaliating with perfect economy. From the corner of his eye he saw that Kit had made his way almost to Ventress, and what he saw as the Nautolan increased his efforts almost broke Obi-Wan's concentration. His companion was a living, martial hurricane, his body moving in 2 and 3 directions at once, joints flexing, unlimited by human vertebral restraints. Who he touched went down. And those who went down stayed down. Ventress might have gathered a rabble, but the youthful X-Ting were fearless, and fought as if for their lives. Such an onslaught left no time for thought or planning, no room for pretty moves. There was only attack and defense, and precious little time for defense. Obi-Wan himself could only attack and attack, taking the battle to them, creating his own timing and distancing, smashing his way toward Ventress. Stingers bared, the young X-Ting came at them in waves. Obi-Wan calmed himself, using them as shields against each other, moving continuously and ferociously as he went. Now, a blow from the upper left quadrant. Obi-Wan was just a hair slow defending there, and a wicked knife slit his cloak. Again and again, he narrowly skirted disaster. She's watching? Obi-Wan thought. Let her. Obi-Wan missed the moment, but Kit finally won his way through to Ventress. She raised her hand, and the X-Ting who had harried the Nautolan turned to attack Obi-Wan, leaving her to face Kit alone. Now, finally, Kit drew his lightsaber. Ventress drew a pair of blazing, red blades. She inclined her head, breathing more quickly, lips curling into a smile. Finally, she said. Your pleasure, Kit hissed, and went at her. He was like fire, Ventress like smoke. The dance had substance but not form, a blur of light that seemed impossibly fast, unbelievably deadly. The two leapt and swerved, collided and bounced away. Single against double light blades. Hands, knees, feet, all in a mind-numbing blur. Obi-Wan would have given his right hand to join, or even to watch such a display. But he had his own worries, his own battle to fight. He struggled with the urge to simply draw his lightsaber and slaughter the X-Ting. His enemies came on, struck quickly but clumsily, got in each other's way. Obi-Wan was direct in attack, and as elusive as a breeze. He'd missed the engagement, but suddenly, Kit was down. Wounded and groggy from a kick in the jaw, for the first time Ventress had pierced his guard. Her left hand saber sliced his arm, but as sparks flew he dove away from her left blade, leaning into a glancing blow from her right. Obi-Wan heard the scream but couldn't see the wound's severity. Kit rolled as Ventress came at him, splashing down into the lake. Ventress stood on the dock smiling hugely, arms and legs spread in triumph, laughing in that arctic voice. The Jedi tore his way through the X-Ting, breaking arms and legs as he went, then drew his lightsaber. This is between me and Ventress, he screamed. Enough of this play. Anyone who stands between us dies. Translated, Ventress. Why? She snarled. What? He said scornfully. Haven't you learned what you wanted to learn? Seen what you wanted to see? What is the point in sending these children to their death? They only die because they trust you. Is there nothing left inside you? If not goodness, then loyalty? Her eyes flickered for a moment, and he knew that something he'd said had struck a nerve. She nodded. Tell them to leave, she said, and the protocol droid spat out its translation. He covered the distance between them with a single somersaulting leap. Asajj Ventress was extraordinarily quick, but her very ferocity gave Obi-Wan a hairline opening, a moment when he had the better leverage. He blocked Ventress's lightsabers, and managed to pin her blades down. Ventress was surprised, but in the next moment disengaged her right-hand blade and slashed at his neck, attempting to behead him. There was no time for conscious thought, no time for anything but response as Obi-Wan ducked and spun back. Ventress drew his attention to the left and leapt into the air in a spinning kick that slammed Obi-Wan down into the dock. Once down, he never had a chance to get up again, found himself fighting from his back, wiggling and edging backwards, movement so limited that he knew the confrontation might be over within seconds. The first touch of desperation wormed its way through his emotional shields. Obi-Wan bared his teeth. As Master Yoda had often said these days, the dark side has clouded the galaxy. Difficult to see, the future is. Floating below the dock, Kit Fisto could still hardly move. He had barely evaded death from a lightsaber wound to the head, and his senses still were far away. But some deep instinct had warned him that his compatriot Obi-Wan was in trouble, fighting to protect both their lives. He woke up enough to reach for his lightsaber. He triggered it, and sliced the pilings supporting the dock. Ventress howled in surprise as she and Obi-Wan tumbled into the water. Kit wanted desperately to help, but had exhausted his supply of strength. Surrendering to his wounds, he lost consciousness. Obi-Wan had but a moment to snatch his rebreather and jam it into his mouth, and in the next instant realized that Ventress couldn't. She clutched a lightsaber in each of her lethal hands. He went at her savagely, never giving her a moment to sheath one lightsaber, to slip in her own rebreather. The Jedi Knight could move in 3 dimensions, attacking from under the water and from all angles, and Ventress's desperate defense forced her to gulp air when her head cleared the water. Nearing panic, Ventress dropped one of her lightsabers, and lunged at Obi-Wan, surprising him. She flipped back away, taking that moment to don her own rebreather. Then, eyes burning with hatred, she came at him. The two circled each other like some kind of aquatic predators, but both were out of their elements. The question was which would adapt most swiftly. Lure her. Leave an opening for a stroke in the upper left. I will block more slowly, as she expects. Then I will flinch, as I did with the X-Steeing, and she will think she's aggravated an injury, and that I will back up. She saw me do it twice. The water was murky, and he realized that he was wrong to trust his eyes. Stop. Defocus. Feel the water pressure as she makes her moves. Trust the Force. Obi-Wan felt the water surge at him, and he let that surge carry him in its natural arc. His lightsaber flashed in, and for the first time, he cut her. The wound was low on the ribs on her right side, and her eyes widened in pain and sudden fear. Instead of moving back, Obi-Wan moved in. She butted him in the mouth, ripping out his rebreather. But the movement stunned her, and he tore hers out in the same instant. So. There they were, the two of them, beneath the water. The first to bolt for the surface would be exposed and vulnerable. The first one to break loses. Well then, Ventress. Which of us can hold our breath longer? This would be as good a place as any to die. If this was his end, how better than to take a creature like Ventress with him? And she saw his face. Yes. Like Dearest. I'm ready to die here and now, and for these reasons. I'm willing to die to kill you. Can you say the same? In the same instant, Obi-Wan threw caution to the winds, and went at her. His blade was here, there, at all angles, and her wounds slowed her. She wielded her single remaining blade, eyes wide and staring. Then something broke inside Ventress. She shrieked a mouthful of bubbles, and triggered something at her belt. The water around her churned into an expanding onyx cloud, as if she had emptied an ink sac into it. And in a flurry of bubbles and blackness, Asajj Ventress was gone. 78. Dripping and limping, Obi-Wan and Kit helped each other from the lake. "Are you all right?" Obi-Wan asked. "I will be soon enough," the Nautolan replied. "She may have underestimated me." Obi-Wan remembered the severing of the dock, and shook his head in delighted disbelief. "I would say so, my friend. Come." They followed a stairway cut into the rock, climbing up almost 20 stories before reaching the hive's surface, some 2 kilometers south of Chikatlik. Obi-Wan and Kit watched as, on the southern horizon, lightning seemed to flash. The distant thunder of massive bombardment wafted to them. "The destruction has begun," Obi-Wan said. "We have failed." "Strange." "What?" "I would have expected the attack more to the southwest." "You're right," Obi-Wan murmured. "It seems to be near Kibo." He took out a pair of range-finding macro binoculars and focused in. Through the closer view, a column of smoke and fire spiraled into the air. There were dark shapes raining from the clouds, as well as energy beams. A lethal, blazing conflagration. "Well?" Kit asked. Obi-Wan's eyes narrowed in confusion. "Strange indeed." "Come." When they finally reached their ship, a blinking control light attracted their attention. "A message," Obi-Wan said. "We should claim it. I should get you medical attention." "I will survive," Kit insisted. "Take the message." Obi-Wan manipulated the keypad, and the hologram image of an ARC officer appeared. "Jangad," Kit murmured. The strong brown face had been battered, his left eye closed, but the trooper was smiling slightly. "Greetings to General Kenobi, General Fisto. This is A98, he whom you have been kind enough to call Jangad. If you receive this message, then at least one of you is still alive. In all likelihood, I'm using a stepladder to pick sunblossoms. Beat. Contrary to code, I disobeyed your direct commands, and take full responsibility for all that may have happened as a result. Not my brothers, who did everything they could to stop me. I went to the 5 families' bunker at Kibo, with the intention of capturing them. You were limited in your actions, and because of that, thousands of innocent people were going to die. Things didn't work out the way I'd hoped, but there was an answer, and as you probably know by now, the 5 families are dead." Kit whispered. "They what?" "I used a priority signal to reset the bombardment coordinates to the 5 families' bomb shelter. Not long now. So, the smoke." "What does this mean?" the Nautolan said. "That depends on the kind of woman my Duras is," Obi-Wan said. He closed his eyes. "Duras is regent and head of the Hive Council. With the families in chaos, she is the most powerful woman on the planet, and I believe we can negotiate with her. Call Admiral Baraka." "Thousands?" Kit asked in disbelief. "Jangad saved millions." But he didn't know. He had no idea that Ventress had changed the targeting codes. He had no idea just how important his choice was. Obi-Wan and Kit shared a moment of silence. Then Obi-Wan reached out and put in the call to the Nexu. The following day in the Zante Hills, as Jangad had requested in this, his last will and testament, the Jedi showed the message to Shika-Tul. "Don't worry about the JK droids," Jangad continued. "They'd never have functioned on a battlefield. Anyone who has ever met a Dashta would know they are healers, not killers. When Thak Val Zing died violently in its arms, the Dashta inside the JK went insane. I know, I'm no tech guy. Don't ask me how I know, I just do. Non-lethal security application? That's one thing. Killing thinking people was just beyond them. Even a sleeping guide was driven crazy. The guides are simple, good creatures. They brought the Xting and the Offworlders together. The Xting brought fungi to farmers dying of poor soil. They brought back some of the old ways. I believe the 5 families knew the truth and lied to Count Dooku. Perhaps they planned to take the first payment, then disappear before the Confederacy mounted the JKs in combat, leaving Cestus to pay the price if the Republic fell. Obi-Wan and Kit stared at each other, dumbfounded. Had anyone in this entire matter told the truth? Astounding. Nothing but lies top to bottom. I will not be returning, which grieves me because I wish to. For the first time in my life I actually dreamed of a future. Jangad paused, lost for a moment in a private thought. Then he went on. This is hard for me. I am not a person of words. Until I met you, I was not certain I was a man at all. I was the vows, the uniform, the rank. No. You showed me I was more than that, more than one of a million soldiers stamped out of a murderer like pieces on an assembly line. There is value in knowing your place in the universe, but there is also something else, and you helped me discover that. The 3 regarded each other uneasily. There is something that you need to know. If I had lived through this, if I had returned with my duty done, I would still have returned to the GR. As hard as it might be for you to understand, it is still a great and good thing to fight for what you believe is right. Sheikah, if I were another man, I could think of no greater joy than to stay with you. If and when my days as a trooper were done, I would have wanted to come to you, if you would have me. I am sorry I'm not the man you once knew. She had known Django? Quite a bit made sense now. I'm sorry that you and I had neither past nor future. Sheikah made no sound, but her lowered eyes spoke volumes. Know that more than anything else in the world I was a soldier. And that you, and no one else in all the galaxy, held this soldier's heart in your hands. Save for Sheikah's gentle weeping against Obi-Wan's shoulder, there was no sound in that room for a long, long time. 79. Chicotlics swarmed beneath them. It was now easier for Obi-Wan to detect the original architecture and see where Offworlders had made their mark. The hive still lived. It could grow and change, like any living thing. It had been ground almost into the dust, but the hive lived. He, Kit, and Gmidura stood on a bridge, peering down as the city seethed beneath them. Synthetic air currents rippled her gown. Strange how they go about their lives as if nothing has happened, she said. Has it? Debikin the Portens, my cousin Quill, half the Lidishi clan. Wiped out. What remains of the families is in chaos, fighting over scraps. As they fight, the Hive Council has taken power. The surviving officers of Cestus Cybernetics will have to deal with us fairly now. The rule of 300 years just ended, she said, and no one seems to know it. No one seems to care, to feel, to grasp that they are free. Are they? Kit asked. Yes, Master Fisto. As free as they have the strength to be. A different thing. Obi-Wan paused. But they have a leader worthy of admiration. In this whole sordid affair, you are the only one who told the truth, even to your enemies. You, Gmidurus, are an extraordinary woman. She lowered her eyes shyly. You are too kind. Well, Master Kenobi, I suppose that you win here after all. You are generous to allow us the Supreme Chancellor's initial terms. I am surprised you are not harsher. We are hardly in a bargaining position. Nor am I a bargainer, Obi-Wan said. This role is not comfortable for me, and I will be glad to put it down. Regent, I regret that my duty bound me to deceive you. We were not friends, Master Kenobi. Your actions bore the weight of necessity. In the world of politics, truth is merely another thing to be bartered. Then I wished to spend the rest of my life among friends. They shared a smile. I hope you know that I will always think of you as our friend, she said. My friend. A pause. So then, she said, returning them to business. The Republic guarantees us service droid contracts for its army. This will give Cestus a chance to establish networks of service and instruction on every world in the Republic. She paused. But no more JKs. If the Chancellor keeps his word, then we will still be safe. I think that your current situation might reasonably be described as a running start. Thank you, Master Kenobi. He had a thought. I need a favor from you, Obi-Wan said. Yes? Many people sacrificed themselves in this fight, he said. Many of them died. I wish an amnesty for the survivors, and those you captured. No black marks against them. Let them go back to their lives. Let this be a new beginning. And one more thing. Yes? Let the spiders have their caves. They have little enough. I am sorry for the endless cycles of misery on Cestus. Our hive made many mistakes, but I will do what I can to correct them. 80. The time had come for the Jedi to say their goodbyes. The remaining forces of Desert Wind filled the caves a final time. Resta sang them a song of Thak Valzing's courage. They shook hands, saluted, shared hugs and strong, warm words as the surviving troopers packed their equipment on the shuttle dropped down at the personal request of Admiral Baraka. Master Kenobi? Sheikah Tul said during a quiet moment. Yes? She couldn't meet his eyes. Did I do a bad thing? She said. An evil, selfish thing? What do you mean? I wanted to bring back something I thought I missed from my life. Someone I knew a long time ago. You tried to bring him back? She nodded. For all my talk of living for today, I see now that I was the worst kind of hypocrite. How? I woke him up, Master Kenobi. He could have gone his whole life feeling complete, and finished, and at peace with his path. Obi-Wan folded his fingers together. He sounded complete to me. He sounded much like a man who has traveled the galaxy's rim only to find himself at home. But don't you see? He knew what to say. He knew I would see that he wasn't coming back. And he said that to set my mind at ease. She wagged her head side to side. I know, I sound crazy, and maybe I am, just a little, right now. She looked at him with desperation. Tell me, Jedi. Did I wake him up, convince him he had a life that was precious, just in time for him to lose it? And what does that make me? A woman who once loved a man, and then tried to love him again. Tears streaked her face as she gazed at him. None of us is completely in control of our heart, Obi-Wan said. We do what we can, what we will, what we must, guided by our ethics and responsibilities. It can be lonely. Have you ever? She began, unable to finish. Yes, he said, and offered nothing more. For Sheikah Tul, that single word was enough. So, Obi-Wan said, you must be strong. For Jangad, who, I think, would have thanked you for however many days of clarity you were able to afford him. For yourself, whose only sin was love. He came closer. He rested his hand on her flat stomach. And for the child you carry. She blinked. You know? Obi-Wan smiled. A strong one, I think. And he'll have a name, not a number. Not a number. No. They stood in an empty cavern. The Eels had gone. What had driven them away? Groundquakes? Rumors of war? No one knew. Perhaps they would return. Perhaps not. But humans had abused their precious gifts, and humans and Exting alike could wait for the guides to make up their own minds. Here, for 100 years and more, in love they had offered the greatest gift imaginable, their own children, that their new friends might prosper. And that gift had almost killed them all. Best they be gone. Among the rocks outside their second camp, Obi-Wan and Kit witnessed the death ceremony of an arc for one of their own. It was as simple as could be imagined. The three dug a shallow trench and gently placed Jangatat's body within. Each added a handful of sand and dirt. Then Fori said, "From water we're born, in fire we die. We see the stars." When they were done, the Jedi helped the commandos build a rock cairn, taller than it was wide, like a single declamatory finger pointing to the stars. They stood for a time, looking at the cave, the rocks, the sky, absorbing a bit of this place that had cost them so dearly. Then they were done, and there was nothing left to do. And so they left. 81. Trillet tossed and turned in her bed, deep in a recurring vision of blood and destruction. Mountains fell. Planets exploded. The space between the stars ran black with blood. She awakened suddenly, relieved. It was only a nightmare. Just another of an endless stream of horrid sleep fantasies. Her vision cleared, and her sense of relief evaporated. More substantial than any nightmare, Asajj Ventress stood over her. "You strode my dreams," Ventress said. "And as you did, I saw you." Her single lightsaber descended. At a spot only 30 kilometers from Chikatlik, 2 guards lay broken in the shadow of Ventress's ship. She tucked her lightsaber back into her belt, mounted the ramp, and began to check her instruments, preparing for takeoff. "Obi-Wan," she said quietly. She wished to see him dead. But in the water, when she could have followed him down into death, he had remained firm. He was. She focused on her hands. Why did they shake? This was not like her. She knew who she was. She had made her bed long ago, and was more than prepared to lie within it. Asajj Ventress turned her mind to the 100 small preparations necessary for flight. Halfway through the preparations, she realized that her hands had stopped shaking. Action. That was what was needed. That was what she hungered for. She would accept Count Dooku's scathing approbation, then volunteer for the most dangerous assignment General Grievous could devise, and on whatever planet that was, in whatever maelstrom of wrack and ruin she could immerse herself, she would find cleansing and peace. Ventress lifted off into the clouds above Chikatlik, and was gone. From behind a rock on the slope just beyond Ventress's landing zone, Physic crawled out, trembling uncontrollably. It was time to leave Cestus. This planet had suddenly become an insanely dangerous place. If only he could get back into Trillet's nest, perhaps he could get his hands on some of his sister's credits before her corpse was found. Of course, if the body was discovered before Physic could escape, it might not go well. What to do, what to do? Lack of courage meant poverty. Physic decided. He had been poor before, but he had never been dead, and he wished to keep it that way for a very long time. 82. Night had come to the Dashta Mountains. Sheikah Tul had waited for the Jedi and the Arcs and everyone else to leave, then knelt at Jangatat's cairn, saying her own very personal goodbye. She looked up, watching twin streaks of light in the sky, where two very different ships headed in very different directions. Sheikah touched her belly, still flat but nestling her child. Their child. Hers and Django's. No, not Django. Django would never have died to save strangers. Jangad was a different man. A better man. Her man. A name, not a number, Jangad. A98. I swear. End of Star Wars: The Cestus Deception by Steve Barnes.